Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone is having a good one, and I hope everyone had a good weekend. I know I did. Again, the weirdness of saying, I don't normally take multiple days off in a row anymore, and having 3 days off was really, really nice. However, on the second day, I was itching to come back, so... Oh, not second day, third day. So, I am, ready to go. Or relatively so, anyway. But yeah, no. Did a little bit of programming yesterday. Been playing a lot of Warframe because there's a clan event at the moment in that, and in the nicest sense, I'm probably the only active person in my clan. There's only one other person that I believe has even contributed to that event. And by comparison, their comparison to, because what, I think I've put in like 500-ish points. They've put in maybe close to 80. Was what I last checked. It might be different now. It takes a long time to get all of it done though, because I need to have like 1,000 points total put in. So that's gonna be what a lot of my spare time is gonna be going towards for the next couple of days, making sure that's done, because I do not want to have anything less than the best ranks in that stuff. It's always something that I do to myself, which is for better or worse. For better or worse. But yeah, stuff that has happened since last time in terms of the game development though. So I've been doing a little bit of work on a couple of other things off to the side, but I did manage to get some systems working in preparation for today as well. So when we left off, we had just implemented EXP, well, drops. The concept of a dropped item in its most basic form. The most basic form being, and we'll come to it in a second, it being on the floor and floating. Alright, we can see them there. I've now introduced the systems, so if I walk towards it, you'll see they'll get sucked up. Now, this isn't fully working as I would like to at 100% be working. That's something I'll have to do some finesse with later. Purely because, like, what I want to have happen is very, very weird. There's something what I did before. It's because you're seeing there that, like, this gets picked up when it's, like, very close here, but it's not getting picked up here, which you'd theorize like this is fairly similar distance. It's not, because this is where it's having to pick up from, so this is a little bit further away. I think here it would pick up from. But the difference is that irregardless of that, the moment I touch it with the sprite in any way, it'll pick it up. That's not quite how you want it to work. So something I did in the previous iteration of the project, and I'll be re-implementing at some point, is the fact that, like, kind of half of the sprite isn't actually got a collision to it. And it's this box, basically. I'll set up an actual box for it. The reasoning behind this is that you'd kind of assume when we're taking this much of an effort to make an angle of everything, the head doesn't actually have collision. Now, this will obviously mean that there's going to be a lot of other things that need to be kind of worked around and implemented. The simple way of doing this, if I recall, so if we go into here, I'll just put it under core. Right? Yeah, we'll put it under core. I'm gonna make a sprite. I might as well do this now, because it shouldn't take too much work. So I need BS player, no, SP. Good lord. Give it a moment. SP player. Mask. And then I need to remind myself, how big is you? You're 32 by 32. Okay, apply that. Edit image. So we're looking for about here. So bottom... bit over bottom oh. Game maker. There we go. So I'm going to draw a box, fill box. It's gonna probably sit at this for now. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So let's just, for even's sakes, do this. We'll leave it at that for the moment. Bottom center is the same as that one. Collision mask will be, or that, it'll be nice and automatic for that. So then what I can do is when I would ever set the sprite, so we would go core and this, and I think, can't remember if that changes or not. Should be an easy enough way to test this. Yeah, this is one of those ones where I'm not actually sure if the collision mask gets edited each time we change the sprite or not. It does not. Cool. So right here, we've now immediately seen an example of what I've just done. So before, if I did this, it would basically stop at about here, because that's where the collision of the mask is. And you can see I can walk up to a wall this close. We've got the CXP here, and you can see it was touching the horn, and it's not getting picked up. It's when the pickup range gets close enough that it will. So now we have this. This means that basically all of that space that I can walk up against here, all of this doesn't actually collide anymore. So it does mean, theoretically, with enemies, we're actually a lot harder to hit. However, by that statement, this is probably more understandable where you're getting hit from. I can always raise it a little bit a bit more if I think it's not enough. Because, like, that can happen, right? There's, like, there are definitely some valid moments to say, hey, this might be too much. Of a, kind of advantage, even. By argumentative sense. But, like, obviously, if I go all the way down here, this still indicates that I'm not going past the, bottom line. It is just pure and simply now we are in a sense, in terms of the game's, like, understanding, we're half as tall as we were before. Or, well, a little less than that. Cool. That's really cool to see that working as simply as that. I think I had it, so I had to I changed it every time before. It's good that I don't need to do that. Oh yeah, this is stuff here for dealing with the pickups, in case it was wondered. So we've got the removal of it, and then if it has functionality, we call the functionality there. Currently, there is no functionality being done, just at all. That's just the case. I am going to have to implement the systems for, like, making this a pseudo weapon to make things a little bit better. I think I'm gonna rely on that being done. How do I want to do that? I think we will make this kind of just a simple damage equals 0, and then we'll have a add collision instead of doing anything else. Enemy parent. If is flying and damage is greater than 0. Do a damage event here. I won't fully implement it just this moment, because we still don't have, like, a very good, clean damage event for this kind of thing. Oh, no, we kind of do. I'll pull it up in a second and I'll review over it, because we have the individual hit thing, right? It'd be under here. No, not under that, here. Weapon hits, handle single. Combo, weapon, damage, handle. It would just be this. So we put this in here. So what is the order we put this through? Target is other. Damage. And we'll leave it at that. Alright. Ugh. Okay. No, that was a lot of... again, this is one of those things that, I'll constantly be doing, because the game is such an early state of its iterative cycle with a lot of things, my inherent assumption that I make, and I constantly be making this, genuinely constant, is that I haven't done something, or I haven't made it clean yet, even though I have actually done a lot of work for that, fairly across the board. That's something that, like, is... It's hard to gauge, because it's easier to assume I haven't done something than it is to assume that I have done something. with how much is getting done. Oh. Sorry, distracted slightly. Oh, there was something I wanted to talk about. I'll see if I can remember what it was. There's a few things I want to talk about. It was real funny. So a friend of mine, a guy I live with, he's been playing Peak a lot at the moment. And I've been asked about, like, my thoughts on the game in a few different ways. Peak looks really, really funny. And I think the best thing about it was the first review I saw of it on Steam. Was literally like, everything about the game is great. The only thing I think needs to be added is a button to strangle my, my friends when they eat all the food and waste it. And I sat there and I'm like, that exactly informs me everything I need to know about this game. That sounds amazing. I love that. Aside from that, though, yeah, I mean, I've been playing Warframe. I've been hyped about the next stuff for Star Rail, because that's in a couple of days, the next update. Which, oh my god, actually, I do want to talk about, the character trailer that they released for Finon. Like, they keep releasing such cool fucking trailers at the moment, and that one made me, like, genuinely sad for that boy. Because I think I know everything that's actually now gonna happen next, and I just can only feel depression for him. I also appreciate another aspect, but I'll pull up the trailer in a little bit, and we can talk on it there when I'm not as, like, brain thinky about this. Okay, so it does have a thing for handling damage if it does do damage. So, I think what I'm gonna do with the weapon... So, Anonymous Feather is the next weapon we're working on, and pretty much none of this is correct, because all of this is Iron Mike stuff. I don't really care about the draw event. I'm gonna have to do another function anyway at some point, but we'll leave that for the moment. Okay. So, what I'm gonna do with this is I'm gonna need to make a loop for feathers. And then inside loop of feathers, we need, distance to travel, and then, drops. Then, if return is true, think that's basically what I'm looking at. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to make a function for this part here. That's just gonna be... So there'll have to be a step event once. I'll leave this here. And then I'm gonna make... Not... whatever. Fucking hell. A function... ID list. And then we're gonna have to have, so for var I equals 0, I then array. ID list, I plus plus. Yes, I know I capitalized that and it makes it wrong. Here we go. If instance exists, ID list, I, because we have to keep in mind that how this will work is if the player moves close enough to pick it up, then obviously the feathers will, or like the remaining drops feathers will no longer exist, right? So that's an important aspect. Another thing I'm gonna have to figure out now that I think about it is that these feathers that I'm gonna be having returned to the player need to figure out I actually have a collision point check here. I don't need to have that. We'll leave it at that for now. Because that's just going to potentially be too much code. So, what I want to do is I want to have a lockout. Let's see, delay, target flying, pickup speed, pick up white list. Oh, player. So we'll have pick up whitelist as a thing, and then we go here and with drop, so it's pick up trigger. And we'll have a quick thing of if If array contains how do I do this? It's underscore list UI like that, and value target. I can't remember if this would work. I don't think it will. Hey, Nya, how's it going? Helping friend clean his living room for 3-player commander? Hell yeah. Always a good time. I mean, oh my god. Actually, no. One thing that I saw today and was... You know when, like, we always make the comment of, something comes out and we're like, we can't have fun with this because we know someone's gonna come along and ruin it? Right? So, there is, for Pride Month, there is an event going on for, and I think it's already been and gone now, for Magic, where they basically did, like, a tournament thingy. It was a new mode where basically every commander has partner. That's the rule, is all commanders had partner. Which I think is kind of cool. I think that was really awesome. But the fact that, like, when I heard that, I knew what my immediate gut response was, and this video I saw this morning justified it. So, the idea I had with it is, like, oh, that means that there's some, characters that, like, meld characters, for example. The new ones from Final Fantasy are the best example of this in my eyes. It is two characters that do not have partner, but have meld, and they meld together, and it sucks because it means you can't have both in the commander slot, so it makes it really awkward. Two commander decks, basically. Well, again, all of them have partner. That's all you really need to, like, it is literally, the mechanic is, you have two commanders for your deck. That's it, right? It's an inherent mechanic that already exists. Now, that's how I thought about it, like, as I'd want to see it, but my initial gut response is, I never want to play with that in, like, an LGS or anything, because the amount of infinite combos that exist between two singular cards, that can be legendary creatures, is too damn fucking high that I wouldn't just see someone basically go, cool, I'm gonna have two Niv Mizzets and only lands in my deck. Like, that kind of shit. Now, again, that's one of the weakest examples I have of this, but it doesn't stop that from being the case. Is the amount of people that are just gonna go, cool, I can now just do an infinite win com in my command slot, and the fucking short that I saw this morning, the immediate thing I saw this morning that pissed me off so much was it was someone like going, yeah, this is a really cool idea. So I immediately went and made an infinite, and I'm like, cool, you're exactly why I think this would never be fun. Like, that's just straight up why I get pissed with that. You and your friends play with limited card pools, precon plus a few booster packs of different sets. See, that's quite nice. I'll be honest, like, that's a really nice way of doing that. Probably a bit better than me, especially with some of the things I've done recently. The problem with me is I like tuning things. I like tweaking numbers and like, just inching things around a little bit. And that's where I end up with, like, really, really well-tuned decks if I'm left alone for long enough. I have two decks in particular that I have two decks that are really well tuned, One of them, a lot people are more willing to play against. The other one I have is just, which is my big cat deck. I don't think... No, it is accurate now. Okay, give me a sec. I can pull it up, because I have the thing for it now. There we go. It's all accurately done. Now, again, this was a deck that now has been upgraded by me buying a precon and shoving a bunch of precon cards into it. Once it loads. There you go, Architect. Feed the cat. There's another card I need to add to this now because I finally have it. But like this is mostly a lot of the Hazel of the Root Bloom precon getting put into this deck. But a lot of these cards, as you can kind of see, this is Instant Remastered, so that's Bloom Burrow, that's Foundations, that's Final Fantasy. This one's Foundations, that one is from it, but I ironically had bought it separately. This one, like, all of these are the versions I have of these cards, basically, is the main thing. Like, Jahira, yada yada yada. This deck here is, several win cons on a stick with a giant cat on the front. It was actually really funny because the other day, I played, so one of the people I live with, she builds decks very differently than I would. And that's not a bad thing, it's just, the thing with it is, the deck she has at the moment that she tried to play was a Deadpool deck. And the point of the deck is not to win, it is to just be chaotic. Which, I can respect that. The problem is, and I will openly admit to this, my weakness is the more disruptive you are to my plans, the more of a target you become. Like, if someone's got a win con and then someone's got a way of disrupting me, I'm actually more leaning towards that latter option. Because they win regardless of what I might do, potentially. This person stops me from winning, right? And now, if you ask me, hey, I want to do something for the bit, then that's a different argument. I'm always willing to let someone, even if they're gonna win, if it's for fun reasons, I'm willing to have fun. But if you're just doing chaos for chaos sake, and not for, like, doing anything, I'm less likely to be a bit more thing. But basically this deck here is now at a stage where, like, if they'd played the Deadpool deck into this, the threat they gave me was, it's like, oh, I will just take away your, the card text on Niagara, and I'm like, I actually, as long as it's on the board, I don't care, because all I care about is the artifact stuff. I'll just do a combo and kill you then. The stadium I talk about gave me 2 wins. Yes, no, I know the stadium. I own it as well. Yeah, that is what we talked about. Give me a second to add the last card to this that I wanted to add. I think it's still sitting next to me as well, right? Because I brought my cards back in. Oy. I think my cards got messed around when I kicked them the other day. Because that's all my lands getting mixed in with something that shouldn't have been. Let's see. Lucas Stadium, Strixhaven Stadium. Again, it's a artifact that gets removed normally before it's useful if you're playing with good players. It's the nice way of saying it. But most people at, like, pre-con level, in the nicest sense, don't play interaction, and I think that's actually to the detriment of all of the players at the table. Is the more interaction you have, the more, like, politics can come up, and the more intricate plays that can occur between players. I just don't agree with having, like, 90 counterspells in your deck, and then, like, just counterspelling people for the sake of tilt. Like, it's a valid way of winning, theoretically, but, like... yeah, there's a reason why I try and put at least, like, 6-ish removal spells of some capacity in every deck that I build. Alright, so it's Camilla. Wait, what's the spelling? Oh, yeah. Negate. Like, again, if you've got counterspells in your deck, I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with just, like, being an ass about it. There we go. That's the card that I bought the other day. That I showed when I picked that up off stream. But, like, this here is a great example as well. Like, so this card here just immediately means I can just go infinite for any sack outlet. If I have a way of just keep sacking my creatures, which I don't have many, in a sense. I've been fairly good about that being something I don't have an obscene output for. Like, just single target sack outlets. Without, like, some kind of cost behind it. Just because that feels a little scummy. I know that says a lot when, like, this is probably the worst one. This one just straight up sack stuff. But if I have Phantom Train, Camilla, and a token on the board while Yagra's out, and any effect that's a aristocrat effect, I win the game. You have problems about mono blue? I do. I will openly say, I want to stress, I don't have a problem with counterspells, I have a problem with the mentality of certain counterspell players. Like, playing just to tilt will always be kind of like, look, I get it as a valid tactic, but, like, I'm gonna be honest, I got one or two responses to that. It's, I just don't care, and I move past it, or I've had a bit of a bad, like, external day to that moment, and I'm just like, cool, I just don't want to play right now, and you've made me really fucking not want to play again. Like, those are the two reactions I have to, like, getting counterspelled, like, 2 or 3 times in a turn. It's either I just don't care, or I walk the fuck away, and I don't come back for a while. So, basically, that's why I don't like it, because it's... when it's versus me, it's someone banking on me having a bad day and just trying to make it worse. And I'm like, alright then. Whereas, like, the guy that does that to me specifically, he is really bad at handling tilt himself. To the extent that the other day I literally just used this deck. I cast Casualties of War, and I blew up one of his lands and he just scooped there and then. Keep in mind, he would have had 5 lands afterwards and admittedly a wiped board. But, like, that's it. He would have been at 5 lands. And a 2-color deck, and he would have still had all of his colors out. And he just scooped. Right? Like, he said to me very openly, I play for tilt, but I also am really easily tilted myself. And I'm like, okay. And he hates this deck, by the way. Because he hates that this has ward sack food, and it has lots of, like, just good removal shit going on. Because that's the thing. Both games, I played Feed the Swarm, like, on, I think one of them was on his commander, and then one of them was on, like, a very essential piece of his. But this deck does have, like, just, has draw, it has removal, yeah, it's got removal, and then 2 removals there, and that's not even including, like, creature removal stuff that I have as well. So that's why I say, I like interaction, and I like the politics that it can bring. I dislike using it almost like just to use it, right? But like the main game that I always use as the reference point for this in recent time was a game where I was playing my Mirako deck, someone played one of the... What's the one that's the life gain one of it? I think it was Sanguine Bond. It's the Sanguine Bond Exquisite Blood. They actually had the other card in hand as well, and we knew they weren't making it to their next turn. But like they had the one down where it's like gain life. It was the gain life half of it, not the deal damage based on life. So I think it's Exquisite Blood, yeah. It's Exquisite Blood because Sanguine Bond is the one that you deal damage with, because those are the cards that are cheaper. Point is, they had that down, and it created the situation where... So they passed the turn with just dropping that on the board. I couldn't kill them, and then the other person was now in a situation where if they went to kill them, they couldn't try and kill me at the same time. And I had potentially ways to kill them. So instead of doing something about the Exquisite Blood that came down, when it came to my turn, everything I cast, they just counterspelled. Not because it mattered, but just because they wanted to tilt the fuck out of me. And I'm gonna be honest, it worked, because I'd had a shit day. And from that, they were able to win really easily. And that's the mentality I don't like. That pushes me too far. Which is why I'm making, this deck. Give me a second. Gonna be going, wish me luck with the Cybermans. Yeah, have fun. But yeah, no, this deck here. This is my deck where I'm just... I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna play this, you can do whatever the fuck you want, I'm just gonna kill you. It's one of the most expensive decks I have on my list of things that I am actively making. But, like, the fact is I'm actually quite, like, decently far along with some of them. As well as I'm happy to, like, just pluck this away. This is a deck that I'm hoping by the end of this year I'll have done. I have a few more cards than, like, I know I've got Victimized somewhere as well. And stuff like that. But, yeah, no, and I have a Grave Purge, I believe, as well, sitting somewhere, that I tossed in here. I think I had a couple of others that I tossed in here somewhere as well. Point is this deck is my example of, if someone's gonna, like, play to do that sort of stuff, I'm just gonna do this shit, and, in response, make their life a living hell, because this deck is designed pure and simply with me being the antagonistic individual at the table. It's not, again, this is not a CEDH deck. I agree with it being considered a 4 though, because there are several ways that I can just kill people here, like, immediately. Does it actually have, is it just because of the game changers? Yes, it is just because I have 4 game changers in here. So theoretically I could remove a game changer and this would probably drop down, but I'd still not agree with that. The mentality of this deck definitely leans itself to being 4. Because the idea is that, like, as a soft example, I'm trying to remember which one it is. Yeah, this one. Morality Shift is a card that will just kill someone. How this works with the deck that I have. So exchange your graveyard and your library, then shuffle your library. If we read how Sir Conrad works, which is the commander, yeah, it's Goldbleeds, but you know what I mean. Whenever another creature dies, or a creature card is put into a graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield, or a creature card leaves your graveyard, this deals 1 damage to each opponent. If I swap my library and my, my library and my graveyard, that's a shitload of triggers. But not only that, right? If I'm swapping those, then this might be in my deck, which is when this gets put into a graveyard from anywhere, its owner shuffles the graveyard into the library. So if I exchange my deck and my my library and my graveyard, and that's in the library still, that basically means I'm probably pinging you for like more than your life total several times over, and I'm pinging every other player for that. So that's one of those ones where it's like, it's 7 mana, sure, but like, I could get to 7 mana. I've got that's why Nykthos, Crypt of Agadim, and Cabal Coffers are in here. Mana's not in short supply. Soul Ring, Jet Medallion, Arcane Signet, Cabal, Dark Ritual. Like, I have mana available. Oh yeah, Songs of the Damned as well, right? I can't remember. No, I didn't end up adding the other one in. There was one enchantment I was considering adding as well. Point is, I can get enough mana to make that, like, more than a playable card. And, I mean, also Cryptghast, right? Whenever you tap a swamp, add 1 additional black. And Urborg means that I'll be tapping and getting, like, everything to swap regardless. So, Ancient Tomb's a great example. I could get 3 mana off Ancient Tomb. That's a lot of mana. And yes, Ancient Tomb is one of the most expensive cards in this deck, by a long shot, that I still need to buy. But, like, that's the point. The game dev stream. Hey, Devil. How's it going? Yeah, I'm not gonna even try and dispute the claims on that one. You came in and I was... hey, the topic of magic came up and I came on to talking about specific mentalities for stuff. And that's why, like I said, it's difficult because, like, I play with mostly very casual sort of things, but, like, the problem is one player in the group primarily isn't as casual. Or, let me correct, he's a lot like me in the sense that, like, we're casual-esque mentality, but we play really good decks. Or we design really, really good decks. And it's really painful because of the 3 of us that live here, you've got 2 people that are really, like, quite good at the game and are decent at building decks, and then you've got one other person that wants to play a very different way than us. That tends to require them, like, puts them in a situation where they need to play better than they can. And it's not to say that they're not a good player, it's just the way we play makes it very hard to not, like, play at a more optimal capacity. And that kind of sucks. Like, the fact that most of the time we don't, like, not by my choice, admittedly, but we don't play with commander damage is an example of, like, how casual-esque they want to play it. And the fact that my brain just goes, I mean, I wanted to build a life gain deck at some point, want to do that? But it does become, like, a little bit of a war of things. Because, yeah, no, going back to the original example I was giving of, not yesterday, but the day before, when I played with another mate, and Noxie is the one that, like, builds decks a bit differently. She had a Deadpool deck, the newest Deadpool card that kind of came out. And the point of the deck is not to win, it's to just kind of do chaotic effects and, like, disrupt players. And I'm gonna be perfectly honest, if you have a deck that's got silly dumb shit and it requires someone else to, like, willingly do stuff for your silly dumb shit, I'm willing to do that. But if you're playing, like, I spin the wheel and I can never win, I'm gonna just kill you. The other example I have towards that is someone, I was playing a game, this was back when I was playing at the other LGS, back in Pram. There were two players in front of me, both of which I could probably have killed. There's one that has quite a wide board and would probably kill me in the next turn or two. And then there's one that had, Ristic Study, I think it was. And the fact is, I just sat there and I'm like, your deck can lock me out of playing. I'm gonna kill you, because you have disruptive systems that stop me from being able to play. You're more of a priority to me. And that's the problem there, that is how my mentality works. It's like, if you've got a way of being disruptive first, you're a priority for me. Then if you're gonna win, then you're a priority. Like, it's actually in that kind of order. So, yeah, no, I feel bad, but, like, she plays poorly designed combo decks or disruptive decks, and I'm like, I'm sorry, you're really playing bad decks into me. Because, like, the Spellslinger deck she had was a great example of it, because it's just kind of one of those, like, oh, I'm gonna kill you because that deck could just pop off one turn and kill everyone at the table. It's like, oh, but it's not going to. I don't have the cards in hand. It's like, yes, but you could. And you have to understand, you having a one-turn success play that kills all of us is more possible than this person even killing me in, like, 4 to 5 turns. Because of that probability, I have to kill you first. Also, I'm the kind of person that, I take from Brian Kibler on this one. If you can sneak in damage, just fucking do it. Like, the amount of times I used to be like, oh, I won't swing to, like, because there's not really a purpose to it. It's like, no, just swing. If you can swing and no retaliation problems come from that, just fucking do it. Like, game's gotta end. Don't... Because the mentality of not swinging and stuff like that just means that a combo deck's gonna eventually go off an infinite on you. And if you play with people that don't have combo decks, great. Then you don't have to worry about that. But, like, if you do, which I typically do, nah, just fucking kill them. Don't waste time. It's also why I don't like single target combos, right? I got Payday and grabbed Expedition 33. Oh, yeah, no, it is a very, very good game from what I've heard and seen. Glad that it's treating you well. Wait, no, I haven't set up the thing for this correctly, have I? Only have 3.5 hours and started playing today. I like how it started. It looks like a really good game that I really want to play, but my current PC would just not handle, is the short answer. As well as, like, it's a game that I feel if I was to play, I want to play it on, like, stream. Okay, so that doesn't work. Okay, how do I want to do this? Let's see. This is why I updated the... Not even trying to spell that in English. Graphics card. Yes. How is graphics card something that's not, like, immediate to mind? I don't know. I guess that's the part of my brain that will never understand, having been a native English speaker from day one. But yeah, graphics card's one of the big ones that I was naughty, sort of. I have bought 2 essential PC things that should be turning up actually today even. So I might have to disappear at some point and go grab that. I bought the case and I bought one of the core cooling fan things that I'll get for it. Putting the right letters in the word. I mean, you're fine as long as you get kind of close. I normally understand. But yeah, no, like I have my list of things sitting there. If I I'm gonna do this on the other screen because I don't know if this will accidentally show any details that I don't want it to. PV Tech. Wish list. Let's see, is there anything on the screen that I don't want to show? No, that's all fine. Yep. So this is the motherboard that I'll get, and this is the GPU that I'll probably get. Now, I will openly accept criticism on it's like, isn't that like on the slightly spinnier side of stuff? Yeah, because the mentality I have with things is you should buy the more expensive option when you can, or like the better upgrade that you possibly can at the time. Because it's better to get something with long-term viability, right? So that's why, like, this is the motherboard that I'm looking at. We've got the CPU already. So we've got the CPU, the PSU, the case, and one of the core fans. One of the main fans that I will need for it. One of the cooling things I'll need for it. It lasts you longer. Yeah. Basically, you look for the cheapest of the best options is kind of how my brain works. That's why I always tend to be like 1 or 2 generations behind when I go to do an upgrade. That's what I did with my phone, that's what I did with this PC when I built it, and that's why like it was insanely good and it still is decent. If I wasn't streaming so often, it wouldn't be a problem. But yeah, so that's why like there's a reason why PC upgrade is the big thing. But I'll be perfectly honest, I do need to update that because I have had some money external to Ko-fi come in, as well as I've put in my own money. Once these are purchased, this is pretty much done. I mean this with absolute seriousness. So like, it's basically, I need probably like at most, what? Including cables, is this, probably, I wouldn't even say 3K at this point left. For like the most expensive options. Like it's well under. Because like this is 2K in total, pretty much. Or a bit over 2K, obviously. That's like probably 2.5, 2.7 as the most that I would need for a really high-end PC. Oh yeah, no, I agree with that mentality as well. But yeah, there's a reason why, like, at the moment I'm gonna be... So, I've got a couple of weeks coming up that are gonna be really, really tight budget-wise because of the purchases that I've done, with, like, the PC and stuff like that. But once all of that's done, like, I think was it 8 weeks from now, including this week, I'll be... cleared again of debt stuff, so it means that I can take a week or 2 to just like prep, and then hopefully after that I can just go get the motherboard, get the GPU, and then get all the other parts, and I'll probably be done before the end of the year then with the PC upgrade. I mean, that's also discluding any external money that I make. Right, let us be budgeting to my bare minimum. Gotta do a fucking fundraiser for the PC at some point. That's clearly what I gotta do. Alright. So then we have I really don't like how deep this loop's going, but I do need to do it like this, I think. There we go. Four loops deep, huh? Gotta love it. This is where I start getting to that, like, questionable part of code. This is not the most efficient out there. But, you know, should do. Let's see. So this would be, which one was it again that I want for this? Find. OTJ. Alright, and then... Then we go, array contains valid targets, target. See if that works. This is one of those ones that's going to be really hard to correctly test, by the way. I can try my best, but, you know, limitations. But that should mean I go to O pickup and say delete O player from that list of the default whitelist. Means if I go near it, yep, Cool, that works. Alright, to explain what I've just added, because this was a really complex thing to add, that is very niche case scenario. A pickup whitelist means basically anything I put into this list is the only things that can be, interacted with, right? Now, my concern I have, and I'm gonna try setting this up in a second. So I'll do it with... Pickup whitelist equals, and then I'm gonna do instance get instance find player 0. I want to see what happens if I push this through instead. The idea I'm trying to go with is if I make a drop like the feathers, I want only the player that fired the feathers to be able to pick up the feathers. So another player runs by and doesn't just pick them up for you. That would feel a bit eh. Gives you guaranteed pickups at all times. Cool, that works. Awesome. So it just basically means I can make drops that are specifically for a player or a type of thing. Another example I could give for that is summons, right? So I will eventually write an O summons parent, and I can put that into the list of things that can be picked up from. But like that will basically mean if it can only be picked up by something, it will check it correctly against the whitelist. Now, is that technically more code being run on a highly regular basis, and this could get quite weighted, especially if there's a lot of summons going on? Yeah, it could. It does mean that I have to make a subset of summons as well that might not want to pick things up as well. But that will be easy enough to do because all I'd need to do is have this here check for basically, because you can see here, like this is actually where I'm doing the checkup for this. So this is triggering the pickup trigger, and this is the pickup trigger here. All I would do is I'd add a thing here checking when you would check against all of the summons. Does the summon have like a veto on picking up? It does, cool, don't run the code. Just don't run that section of code for them. And anytime I'm gonna make like mass swarmy kind of summons, realize I'm probably not gonna be letting them pick things up. Like Rambit's gonna be a bit of a exception, but Rambit literally has a mechanic to try and pick things up, though I might be changing that a little bit. I know Fuamoko was supposed to as well. Whoever this, the one that's not the active player is. And kind of similar things like that. Like, some of the summons that are going to exist are going to be, like, they want to be able to pick up, regardless of if they will or not. We'll see. But, like, it should be a system implemented that should be pretty good for that. There is arguably a better way of doing some of it, and I might do that later, which is, instead of running this script here and always like checking against everything in the list of players and stuff like that, or like the list of summons and checking for veto, I make a array that they push themselves to like do that. Yeah, that is just better to do. Okay, so I'm gonna have to write at least something for this, which would be pick up valid list equals. Now we'll just always have we'll have this just empty by default. Then we go into play start. Have that there. Do I want to include players in that list? Not really, because like players are always going to be valid pickups or pickup characters. But it means that if I do summons, that they can be nudged to that. So what I can do then is if game manager dot valid list array length is greater than 0 for var I equals 0 byte array length game manager dot pickup valid list I plus plus pickup trigger game manager dot. I shouldn't be doing it this way. Var array equals game manager dot pickup valid list. The reason why I'm doing it this way instead is because referencing to an object creates a more processing requirement than making a new variable that's a copy of said variable instance. Like instant variable. So this basically is just like, it's it's 1/3 more efficient, or 2/3 more efficient to do it this way. Because I'm only referencing it once instead of referencing it 3 times. So it's basically, I only need to build 1 bridge, not 3 bridges, when it's 1 river and it's next to each other. It's going to the same park. I don't need to build 3 bridges to the exact same park from the same side. It's an unnecessary amount of work and admin when I just make that one path better. Weird analogy, I know, but it works. Alright, so that should be all of the systems for doing pickups done. Which, ironically enough, again, means that we go all the way back to weapons and do the work here. So, what we need to do is, for var I equals 0, I is greater than, or is less than, I'm gonna make a var here. Var amount equals, I'm just gonna put 1 for the moment. Amount I plus plus. Oop. With instance create layer cast.x caster.y instances weapon parent. Okay. So direction is one of the big things that needs to be handled. How do I want to do the direction on this one? How did I do it before? Weapon equipment. Not there. Direction. Direction is there. That can't be right. What? What? Wait, seriously? I had a random? Alright. Sure. Okay. That's not how it should be done. Alright. Let's see. Far direction equals how do you do the calculation for this again? I mean, it should be it depends how simple I want to keep it. Because we've got 2 options available to us on how we want to handle this. Let's pull up Paint and kind of show this. Now, I know which one's kind of coming to mind for me more, but I want to just, like, go through these to just ensure that I'm, like, choosing one that I feel is better. Where the fuck is my drawing pen? There it is. Underneath some napkins off to the side. Okay, so we got two different options. We have a set angle point. So this is the only range it can then shoot from. So we need to basically go, oh, it's only got, say, 3 feathers it's shooting. It shoots here, here, and here. And any more that we do, it'll recalculate out the effectiveness for within the scope. So it'll reduce the amount, and if, like, for example, it's an even amount, obviously it'll do this, and blah, blah, blah. It'll do a lot of the recalculating. But, like, that's kind of the idea we have, so it's locked within the scope. Or we take the other approach, which is that we have it set distance from each other, and it's always equal, which means potentially if you get enough projectiles, it could go to a full 360. In fact, it could potentially start looping back around if you just keep getting more and more projectiles. Because if I do it this way, right, what I'll do is I will basically take, so this will be our 0. I will then proceed to take the amount value. So we'll just do underscore amount times flat value to equal out first value. And say that would be this value here. So what it means is it will start here, it will calculate to this point here of angle, then it will go, each time it will just keep plussing, so it will only go like that. So it will be this line, this line, this line, this line, and this line. So that's our 5 amount. And that just looks better to me. And it just means that, like, in that obscene high-end power level point, you could just, like, get this looping damage effect that, like, lags the game, and it would look really funny. As well as it's technically less calculative effort than this one. Again, this was the one I, like, if I'm thinking of these two, I lean towards the second idea more. Because I think that just leads to a funnier, more interesting idea. Knowing that the weapon initially was considered to be a weapon that would fire at the nearest enemy. Obviously escalating each time, so nth nearest enemy calculation. Which I don't actually have that in, we'll sort that out later though. But like this would calculate to the nth nearest enemy, so this would be the, like, each projectile's first nearest enemy, second nearest enemy, so on and so forth until it basically goes through the entire looped cycle. Which could lead to, instead, what the projectiles could do, depending on the firing like the enemies. It could fire like this, this, and this, or it could fire like this, this, and this, or it could fire like this, this, and this. Which which left it as a really interesting weapon, but I feel like I can do better design with that sort of stuff later. And that weapon also looked only really good when, it was... Oh, sorry. That only looked really good when, like, it kinda had the return effect. Because then it would spray out and then come back in, and it would do this kind of, like, nice raking effect. Whereas, like, the all in one direction looks really cool. So, then if we're taking that approach, direction would be, like I said, calculated at, the angle times amount. -1. The reason the -1 is because if I have only amount 1, you'd want that to be 0, so it's just dead on point. If it's 2, then we want it to be 1, so it means that it's 1 angle, or like it's 1 distance away. Do we want it 1 distance away from center point? Wait, doesn't that mean I have to make it half number? No. Oh, wait. This is gonna get more complex than I would like it to be, isn't it? Because if it's an even number, it's going to be an odd number. If it's an odd number, it's going to be an even number. It's the even distance away, which sounds right. Because if it's 2 times the variable... Oh, sorry, if it's 3, it's 2 times the variable. No, then that's wrong. How do I do this calculation again? I've actually done this calculation before somewhere as well. In this one. I just don't know what fucking weapon it was. That's why I'm like confused, because I swore that's what I did here, but clearly not. I think that's the calculation I'm looking for. So it's the... value plus... Because I think this keeps it within a scope, though. Yeah, this is how you scopify it. Set value. So again, so 0 is dead right. So this is the right side values here, I'm pretty sure. So it's minus and then increasing up the right side. So it's, I think it is just... let's just do this and see how this looks. And then direction plus equal angle. So we're definitely just copying that over. We'll go get the feather sprite in a sec. We're definitely gonna want caster, because we need to transfer that through. And then we're definitely gonna yoink that stuff as well. Actually, that's a good point. Instead of having a damage, let's have enemy func equals function. And then enemy func bugs equals that. And then we have enemy hit equals false. And enemy hit and then we do method call enemy func, and then array, is it concat? Other, and then enemy func args. There we go. Okay. So what this is now gonna do, instead of just doing the damage thing itself, what I'm telling it is if it's flying and if it hits and if it is checking for enemy hits, which is false by default, we'll run a function, this function here, we'll force the ID in as well as the first, and then we'll have all the rest of the arguments pass through here. So this will be where I'll put damage and stuff like that. And this is where I can just basically treat this like a weapon in a sense. Because what I can then do with the end of the step function. So on here, is what I'll have, and I'm just gonna write this now, with instance create layer x y instances o pick a parent, and then I can just nudge through all of the hit collision stuff. There'll be a little bit more to it than this. This is definitely like a bit of a lackluster variant of what I'm kind of wanting to do, or like an adequate version of what I'm doing. This kind of goes in the direction that we wanted. Like obviously, yeah, some of the scenes to be replaced. But we're just doing this for the moment. We'll make probably a separate specific script for this. Yeah, I apologize. This is one of those times where I'm like, this is stuff I normally try and leave off camera because of how like weird and such it all is. It makes it like really, really finicky to work on. To shorthand explain again though what's kind of going on. How Anonymous Feathers works is that no, trust me, this is one that I'm struggling with as well, and I've made this weapon before. So how the weapon works is that, let's just use it as an example of a singular projectile. It will fire out a projectile for a set distance in a targeted direction. When it hits that distance, it will then turn into a drop item. So kind of like experience. It will sit at this location, and unless it has the return system set up, which is what you get later as a level up, it will be here and then it will disappear after a period of time. It's just a cleanup measure. Otherwise, you can run and pick it up. However, the pickup aspect of it does deal damage between you, the distance of you and it. So we need to basically make it so this pickup in this distance back to the player, wherever it is hitting enemies like a weapon. Now you might ask, wouldn't it be worthwhile just making a sub-item for specifically that case scenario? Or instead of like making it so all experience is able to do this? That would sound like the correct thing to do if we didn't want to also make experience capable of doing that as well. Right? So, it's simply put, what we need to do is make it so a weapon can produce a drop item, and a drop item can come back as a drop item, but deal damage, but also make it so drop items can do that as well, with the right injection of code. That's why the damage part of it worked quite well. However, the weakness that had was that we didn't have the once hit system. So what I mean by that is if it hits an enemy, so if I just draw over here, this is our enemy, and the weapon goes through the enemy like this, how our system checks is the first time it would see the instance colliding, so we'll say here, it will take the ID and push that to an array. And that means when the trigger would occur again here, it checks against the array and says, no, don't check this. Whereas if we left it as what we had, if it hits here, it's going to deal the damage. If it hits here, it's also going to deal the damage. If it hits here, it deals the damage. So that means it's doing it 3 times. There is a reason why some of my systems look really overly complex, is because I'm trying to avoid this. So what we're trying to do at the moment is implement the weapon system into the drop pickups without making the drop pickups weapons. which makes it really hard, but more than possible, because we just need to make some unique code for that case. But that's not even like that unique a code either. Can't find brain explode. Why I picked these 3 weapons? Oh, apparently OBS desynced for a second there. I didn't even notice. Don't know what shit is in here anymore. That's fair. I mean, that's the case with a couple of the subscriptions I get. It's like, I don't even know how I'm getting you. I'm just getting you for whatever. Sure. Like, the one that I think is the funniest for me is on YouTube. I am, like, permanently subscribed, like, membership, sorry, to, Kai from Salt Raiders, like, streaming channel. I have never bought one. I have been, like, I think I'm over a year membership subscribed. I have never bought it. Which just goes to show how, like, generous that community kind of is, that, like, someone like me can get spillover of gift, memberships. It's, funnily enough, again, it's not on this channel, it's on my personal channel that I've got the membership for it, though. But yeah, we've got... going back to the statement I was making of, like, there's a reason why this was one of the weapons I chose to do, is that the 3 weapons I chose represent 3 of the most complex points of the game, functionally. Luckily enough, Iron Mike was probably the easiest of all of these to do, purely because, while it has a lot of unique things, they weren't requiring entire systems to be added too extremely, by comparison. Whereas this one, we're wanting to add projectiles, but also add, the other stuff. So, I'm just gonna remove this. Now, what was the balance that I had for the previous version of this? Damage was very low. Amount was kind of high, and cooldown was fairly low. 4-second cooldown, 4-second duration. No, that's goop. Wait, yeah, I was about to say, why the fuck does it have duration? Damage, 5, okay. I'm gonna put this on my other screen for a split second. So I can just read this while I'm writing it. I think the damage is a little high, admittedly, but hey. 0.375. I think this should be amount. Whoops. So amount is 4 by nature. Amount. Speed is 8. Speed is 8. Cooldown is 7. And then value 0. Funk is funk 1. Yep, funk is funk 1. It's funky. Ha 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 ha. Get it? I'm just gonna Control K that out for now. Because there's no reason to do anything with this as of yet. We just want to see if we can fire the weapon. Is the first thing I kind of want to do right now. So we do need to have a distance system implemented. So distance equals, what did I have as the distance before? It was like 180 or something? Range, point, distance, range, function, range 180. Yeah, I thought it was something like 180. Also, we need direction equals dir. The amount will need to equal value 2. Speed equals. So I'm gonna just do struct. Oops. Dot value. From the speed. 3. For now. However, that is technically incorrect long term. I need to add time multi. And then there is a couple of other things that we need as well. But we'll leave those alone for the moment. We just want to produce the weapon. Okay, so we go here. Image angle equals direction. If var dis equals point distance. So I can use this variable, I believe. So X star and Y star are unique ones in this case scenario that are really useful. How these are, X star and Y star basically tell where this initially was created. So where was this object made from? Which is perfect for this, because we want to check the distance from where we fired it to where it should be. So then we can do if dis is greater than it was just as distance. We wrote it as? Yes, distance speed equals 0. And this is where we would run the rest of the stuff with the checking and everything like that, right? Would also have damage equals 0. I'm actually gonna make this speed hold. For ensuring that I do this all correctly. Because then we can do speed equals speed hold. Except I don't want it actually written like that. Hold. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to player. I'm gonna test this weapon out. 2. And then it's not value 3, it's value 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is gonna look incorrect for a little bit, because it's gonna fire off little Iron Mouse, or Iron Mike, sorry, things. It's also not gonna get the direction correct for now, because it's gonna fire off with 0. It's because I'm not taking in mouse position. So fires like that. That's not what we want at all. The variable's off. Let's change this to SP Whip, because SP Whip's more seeable. Angle. So I'm gonna try it with -1 on this angle thing here. See if that makes it look a little bit better. Oh no, it's half that I need to do. Wait. No. Stop. So again, this is where I wish I had a very specific thing implemented that I have in the other one, but oh well. Var mouse direction equals point direction equals caster.x caster.y mouse x mouse y. Should work. Keep in mind, there's no way of purging at the moment, so it's just very much like I get to test out a bit more raw stuff for that. So this is where the mouse is comparison to player. That's not right. What if we try this? I'll try it with -1 and then I'll try it with +1, because I feel like it might also be +1 is what I need. Oh, it's kind of close. It's just slightly off. Yeah. Seems really weird to do it this way, but... Is this the problem? No. I'm doing that plus. I'm also going to be back in just a quick second. I need to pop to the bathroom for a moment. It's that one. Alright. Oh, and I'm back. Why are you dancing with me being gone? How dare. Also, my chat thing broke, apparently. There we go. Fixed. Okay. So I was gonna quickly test this. I sent the dance right before you got up. Well, I'm sorry I didn't see it. I was too busy getting up. You know that problem, come on. Takes people like me a while to get up. You'll understand when you're older. See the only... No, that was when the thing broke, so I need to... Like, because, yeah, the chat broke, like, just as I left, as well. I missed those ones, there we go. I can see them now, not like this. Kyria... And... Embla. It's over. It do be like that. Gotta love when the chat breaks as I leave. The best timing, right? Oh, man, it's... So, I love how I was listening to, was it Mort Dog, this morning, right? We said the best timing, exactly. I was listening to Mort Dog this morning, and it's exactly the case of what he said. It's like, the things that actually tilt me the most are when, like, it's problems that are kind of just are affecting me, but are completely out of my control, right? I think it's a very broad thing to say it that way, but, like, it's a fairly accurate description in my eyes. So what I mean by that is, like, the chat thing. The chat thing breaking, it's, like, it's highly irregular. It's just, it's inconsistent as fuck in all ways how it breaks and everything. And it's something I can't actively do anything about right now, but I know can be fixed. That's the thing that bugs me the most with that, is when it's something that I know can be fixed. And the simple fix is, better PC. Right? And that's the pain. That's the real pain. I think that's probably why I'm going, like, so extreme with the upgrade for PC, is I want a PC that means for streaming purposes and games and development and everything, I just don't have to care anymore. Right? Like, that's my hope. Because, like, the intention is, at this point in time, is I set this PC to the side, it becomes how I stream, and I run 2 PCs. So this PC will be getting streamed into to be the output point. So all this computer would be running from that point is the stream software and the VTube studio, and nothing else. Which means that I can probably push, like, the intensity of a model a bit further. I can push a couple of things a little bit further with everything, because there's just no background tasks being run or anything. I'd pretty much be near factory resetting this PC to do that. I don't even have 2 monitors, I have 2 monitors. I would want a 3rd one, I'm not gonna lie, if I'm doing this. Because I'd want 1 monitor for that PC and 2 monitors for the main PC. Having a 2nd monitor changes your entire life, I gotta say. It means a lot. It means a hell of a lot. I had 2 screens at work and I missed that? Yeah. Like, the productivity increase from each monitor, it does get less and less over time, but like it is actually a productivity increase. So yeah, no, I 100%. I just want to do that. I want to do it. So, okay, let's do the math in head for a moment. I think that action. Also, let's see. Start a new campaign, friends, and this time in Warhammer Fantasy. We have a little combat and one-shot adventure to get us going with the system. Warhammer style one. That sounds fun. It went so wrong. Oh no. Imagine one goblin beating the ass of two armed men and their NPC bodyguard. Okay, that is concerning. So, minus is this direction. So the angle is 15 times 2. So it should be 30. And then it should be from this point plus 15. Yeah, so it would then be there, and then it would be there. It's the current thing. So what if I change this to... Okay. Wait, so what do I need to... Yeah, so that's the issue here at the moment. This is the values. As is. I'm gonna write a longer version on Discord later, because I want to share it. That does sound just kind of... How do you... Is that, like, just really not understanding the combat system? Or is that just, like, poor luck? Because that seems incredibly bad. So I need this, if I'm gonna do this correctly, I need this to be, let's see, there's 4 projectiles. Because if I count it to 3 times, so it's 1.5, so that's 27.5 distance. Then, well, minus 27. And that puts it to, then it would be minus, if we take the 15 away, it'd be minus, no. 20, minus 22.5. So then it puts it to 7.5. And then it should be to 7.5, and then to thing. Okay. So I need to minus amount by 1. It should be how it's done. There we go. True Godot and Game Maker, it's MS Paint time. It's always MS Paint time. How you going? How you going, Sweet? How's it going? Let's see. It's a quirk of the combat system and bad rolls for players and luck for the goblin. Yeah, that's always a fun part of it. It's like, if it's a slightly quirky experience that you're not used to, and then just luck also isn't on your side, that just kind of leads to a very interesting thing like that. Oh, this is correct, I think. No. No, it's not. Wait, give me a sec. No. Wait. This is so weird. So, again, minus should be, the right way? I think it's minus is, no. I'm just gonna try something really stupid. I don't think this is correct at all. I just want to see what this does. Trying to get this calculation correct is gonna be a nightmare. Because, like, it almost looks like it's taking from the center of the mouse position, but that shouldn't be where it's taking it from when you're taking mouse X and mouse Y. Maybe this value here needs to be 0.5 instead of 1? Because how that was turning up was it was turning up with here, 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 here. How am I screwing this up? Oh no, I'm not. Wait, no. Okay, this is correct. I've just remembered why it's not going to show correctly. I now need to look at this a little differently for my answer. I can't believe I forgot about this. It's because I'm using the fucking SP whip. I hate forgetting this every time. Okay, so if we look at this, so this is, should be basically kind of zero-ish. Alright. Yeah, no, that's correct. Okay. This is probably easy enough to show if I switch back to... Let's see, what's one that I know is working the way I want it to be? SP... This one I know is working the way we want it to, for the visual aspect. So I'll write this very quickly. So it's gonna look like the EXP flying out of us, don't worry about that. This will look correct. I hold here. Oh yeah, you can't see it, but I can, and it is... looks correct? Yeah, that looks correct. You can't see it, the fucking... oh, you can kind of see one of them there. But point is, it is because I'd forgotten that SP Whip is a corner, not a center. And I'm calculating for center. So let's add in the things for this. And that'll fix the problem. Is it a bad place to add a comment? Where? What do you mean by bad place? Never a bad place, per se. Non-feather. We want... that one. But bad players are fun, true. Okay, this should hopefully fix our problem. Oh, no, so the issue, that I had there wouldn't be something that, like, it's one that I just forgot, and there's not a comment that I can add here, or really anywhere in particular. If I was doing an official documentation, it would be something in the TDD, if I, were to have it. To be fair, also, there's an argument to be made, I should be making multiple whip icons, and this is one of the reasons, is I should have a whip icon for, a Okay, so there's two positions I need whip icons for. I needed a centered one, and then I need a top corner one, because I'd need a whip icon, and then I'd need a whip, like, just placeholder. So now if I draw this, like this should work. These feathers might be on the slightly small side still, because the visuals are just that big. But you see now that it looks a little bit more like it's actually in the middle, like the mouse is actually in the middle of that. I hold here. Yeah, it's because the whip thing is supposed to be an icon holder. It's not supposed to actually be just used for assets like I've been using it for sometimes. That's because I'm lazy. But yeah, this is why I was like getting so confused with the calculation. It's because the XY coordinates of the whip icon are in the top left of it, not in the center of it. And I kept thinking it was like weirdly slightly off. It's not. So yeah, there you go. Now it's calculating correctly. I don't know if 15... I think 15's too big, though. Right? This is the benefit I do have, is because of the way I've done this. If I do feel like 15's too much, I could turn it to 7. And the entire structure will recalculate accordingly. Because it is actually just better to have it that way. Even if I'm not supposed to be recalculating this value very often, this is just a better way to do this calculation. The only difference that I would change is the mouse direction, because that shouldn't be calculated. Here, I would be using something else for direction thing. It's a little too tight, I think, now. I think we could go with 10. See how 10 looks. Keep in mind as well, like, this is a set distance apart. Because we're going a set distance apart, it does create a thing where I need to make sure that they're far enough apart that they feel nice to look at and that they cover enough ground, but also not so far apart that an enemy can't just walk in between, and you miss. Because if you're aiming at an enemy, you should hit the enemy. Interesting, they're not rigged up for damage at the moment? I would have thought that they are. Oh yeah, they're not rigged up for damage because this is not in the function. There we go. To be fair, I should be writing a lot more comments than I currently am. I am being very, very naughty about a lot of the things I'm doing currently. Lazy is probably the correct term, actually. So now this should deal damage. Yep. And if I aim it exactly right, so the feathers are sitting on top of it, they're not re-duping damage. Once they hit their endpoint, they're all emptied out. We should all write more comments than we currently are. Can't judge anyone for that. Yeah, it's... no, I will say it's a mixed bag, because there is always the problem of over-commenting. That's something that I had to teach quite a lot, is excessive use of commenting is also something you need to be careful of. There's no, like, perfect answer for how to comment things out, and I dislike whenever someone tries to, like, kind of make that sort of judgment. There are good practices, though. A good practice is when, like, when it comes to something like this here, right? I shouldn't have to explain everything that's here, because it's fairly self-explanatory, because almost all of this is self-notating, right? Yeah, exactly. It's like when you have to write, like if I was writing comments, like I have actually seen this at job, is someone go, like that. Distance, then I've had ones where it's like, do that, or they'll have, one of these two. I'm not kidding. I've seen people paid really good money still doing this. Whereas, like, they'll put an overarching thing on a section like that. I do it from time to time. Fuck, even. Or direction. Direction equals underscore direction. Direction and direction object will move. I'm pretty sure you can understand that without needing that kind of comment. And there's a reason why, like, here is probably an argument of, like, this is a bit of a redundant statement. It's loop for feathers. Like, you can probably figure that out by reading it. But, like, this section here, there's actually a valid argument to be put, base angle for firing. There. This is a good comment. Alright, figure out base angle for firing in relation to mouse. And, like, you look at that and you can read this and go, ah, yeah, no, I see what you're doing. To be honest, one of my friends does it, and I'd still call him a good dev. Yeah. No, again, good dev and good commenting do not always go hand in hand, but a good team developer, like a good team game, a good team programmer would be good with it. That's a very useful comment. Yeah, so this is exactly what comments should be, is comments should preface a section of code or individual parts of code that do need additional context. Because, like, you read this, none of this now needs any additional context. As you can see, there's an angle, there's something about a mount, which is probably how many projectiles there are. Mouse direction is here, and then I'm putting the mouse direction against this angle thing to calculate it all. Even if the team is just you and your future self. I mean, you do want to avoid the situation where you get to the, when I wrote this code, only I and God knew what it meant, and now only God knows. Like, you need to avoid that. The best programmers I have seen for this stuff make code that means that you can read it you yourself can read it 10 years down the line, and you will still understand your own code. Which is extremely difficult to do. Trust me on that. I still muck that up to this day. But there's an effort made, I'll also kind of say at the moment, some of these don't really need it because a lot of this is still very debug. But that's where we get to, for example, vectors, right? Here, I actually do have descriptions here on top of them of create a 2D vector with a length and a direction. create a 2D vector based on a copied vector. Like, you see vector copy, and you then would see this description, you'd fully get all of the information you need for it. Right? Because you read that, it's function, copy, function vector copy, input, vector, result, struct vector 2. Create a 2D vector based on a copied vector. Ah, cool. I put a vector in, it's gonna make a vector that's a copy of that vector. That is an example of, like, fully notated and good and decent, like, example code there of what you would need. Some of the weaknesses I've got come into some of this stuff, right? But that's why, again, like, we've got this. This cleans up, clears the, this clears the hit list of any instances that no longer exist, aka dead. And I input an array. You can figure out the rest of what the code does from there. You don't need to write loop through or, like, check if array is, check if array is empty on this. That's clearly what it's fucking doing. For loop. Dude, I don't even want to talk, by the way, about the amount of times I have seen, like, someone write loop through array. Like, as a commenting thing for above, like, a for loop. It's like, okay, what array? That doesn't tell me shit. Give me context. Like, this is one that I 100% think needs to have some more commenting in. But, like, the fact that I have apply the transformation matrix, and it's taking this and, like, putting this through. You can kinda get it. This one does need some more, like, notation. But, I'll be honest, the best notes you'll ever write, stem from, situations like, where is it? Like what I've got here. With the, like, loop through feathers, distance to travel, so I can take this out now. But, like, turn it to drops. Stuff like that, right? I've written those down before I wrote the code. We have these as things. These are, like, me explaining what the code's going to do before I write the code, and then I can write the code in those sections. Whereas the code is easy context, it's worth more than anything. Yeah. So I'll always say, it's like, you need to explain what that code's doing with all of the relevant context as the primary focus of the comment. I don't care if you're looping through an array, I care what array are you looping through. If you've got one that literally just says loop through data structure, I'm going to actually throw a computer at you. If you tell me loop through this type of data structure, you've immediately made a really good comment, in my eyes. Because now I have context. I'm like, oh, I want to loop through that, so now I can actually use that to help me. Cool. The difference in adding one bit of context is the difference between something getting thrown at you. Think of it like that. Yeah, no, I suffer miserably with that kind of thing. Because, yeah, you'll often get one or two people when it comes to programming. There is obviously a couple of outliers to this, especially the main third option, which is actually someone that's just good at commenting. But you'll either get someone that doesn't comment or someone that over-comments everything, and none of those comments actually add any value to what you're doing. That's where you get the literally no comment or loop through this array. Like, loop through array, and then like individual comments on each fucking line, and you're like, I'm actually crying. Because there is wasted document space now. Like, I don't like giving the argument that comments waste space or anything. The amount of space taken up by a comment is insignificant. It is barely calculating any worth in that argument to when you do a game. Or especially a game, but like any program really. A good, just do it. It's the same reason why we make the argument, for example, like this for loop here, right? Okay, fun fact. This is technically more optimal than having this here. Yes, I 100% acknowledge that is technically more optimal. Do you know how much more optimal? It's barely a calculatable difference on the entire program. Not like one time. No. If I do that for an entire large-scale program, the difference that does is so insignificant, it is barely calculatable. But it makes the code more readable to me. And that matters significantly more than a potential performance difference of like a couple of bytes. Unless you're dealing with something that's a lot more tight-knit, I assume that's kind of why I see differences when it comes to consoles. Console, you have to write very, very specifically. And console is disgusting. It's one of the main reasons I don't want to ever make a game for console, and if I do, I make it for someone else. Often compilers or runtimes do the optimization, so even those couple of bytes are hardly a good excuse. You've actually also nailed it. It's the same reason, and I will always love this. SP a non-feather attack. Could I minimize this name? Yes. Does that change anything with the actual program? No, because it doesn't actually use that as its ID tag. This is just the denoting aspect of this. If I hover over this, this has got a bitmap, it's got all of this sort of stuff to it all, everything's there, right? What's actually happening is that this is an internal to code denouncement of something that will turn into an ID code when the compiler runs. The only difference this actually makes, in terms of anything, is storage size on the computer. And if you're gonna tell me to minimize this because this game is gonna be too big for your PC, dude, your PC needs to be upgraded. Because this game, even when we had the previous one, not talking about like processing requirements or anything, the space it took up was like a couple of I think it was a couple of 100 megabytes. This would literally change not even like a byte in terms of like it's again so insignificant what it does. There was things I could have removed that would actually make notable differences. That would not be it. Also, there is an argument, it does depend on how the compiling works, so it might just auto-turn this into something else when I compile for release. I'm making the statement of based off runtime, which normally it won't compile away from that. I don't know. Again, it depends on the compiling. I don't think Game Maker does though. Maybe it does actually, because it does do a compression architecture. That means you can't just open it as easily. Yeah, because you can't actually open a Game Maker project like at all once it's compiled. So yeah, it probably just fully compresses it all down into necessary data points. So none of the words actually matter anymore, it's all just ID points. So there you go, even more of an example of what we're just talking about, where it's like, Game Maker probably takes something that's like maybe not even twice the size, smushes it down into its most like raw format, so it's unreadable as fuck. But like, you're not supposed to read the completed version, you're supposed to read this. Don't need to know it exactly works. Developers died to give you the abstraction of code without fully understanding it. Yeah. Oh, programming is a perfect example of the we stand on giants argument. And I'll always stand by, like, I dislike, I mean, that's why, like, I'll always clown on people that make the thing. I'm sure people have come across this, and I'll always kind of, it's, oh, you're not a true developer or a game developer unless you can make your own engine or anything like that, right? The amount of times I've heard that online, it's like, oh, you're not a real developer if you can't. It's like, no. No, that's not how this works. We've spent like decades perfecting these crafts so you don't have to reinvent the fucking wheel. Can I go make a render engine myself? I have one on my computer I built myself with a skybox and everything. Lighting, yada yada yada. I've written that. I can do those shaders and everything. Am I doing that in here? Fuck no. Why? Because I don't need to. That's why I use a game engine. This is why I'm using a pre-done engine and I'm just working within its confines. Because it's just not worth trying to do something more grandiose when I don't need to. There's a reason why game development studios will often make their own in-house engines, and that's because they're trying to make a very specific thing. But trying to develop an engine yourself as an indie developer is often unnecessary. And is just more time consuming than it needs to be. There we go. I wrote the whole game story on Discord. Ooh, I'll have a look at that in a second. But yeah, no, I stand by. I can never not clown on people that make that kind of argument of like, you aren't a real X or Y unless you can do, Z or K, right? That's why, like, I'll give, Pirate Software a lot of credit for that. Is like, he'll often just go like, have you thought about making a game? Are you trying to make a game? Cool, you're a game developer. I've seen you've been at work for a few hours already. What's your goal today? To try and finish Anonymous Feather's, interactions and everything, which shouldn't be too far off. We'll see. But, like, I go into my development streams with as loose of a final goal as possible. I go in with like, these are the things I'd like to get done, but they're also my week-long goals. This has been like a week-long goal for 3 weeks, is porting over weapon stuff, but I knew this specifically. We got a lot of Anonymous Feather done last week. We got a lot of things done. I got a lot of things done over the weekend as well, towards the pickups architecture. This was always supposed to be a very hard one. Most dev streams are talking about Magic the Gathering or anime. Yeah. No, that's accurate. I ain't gonna deny that in the slightest. I'd love to do more Magic the Gathering, like, specific content, but it's really weird to set up now, because, like, before, when I wasn't living, with, like, the people I play it with, it made a little bit more sense to set up a stream and set up, like, the things for that. Now it's like, well, they live in the house. If I'm asking them to play, they're fucking, like, an hour, half an hour away. Or, like, not half an hour away. They're 5 minutes, like, to walk and set up. Called out. Oh, no, I 100% agree, though. Like, genuinely, I doubt that's ever gonna change as well. I love Magic the Gathering, it's a really fun game, and I love learning more about it. I just will shit on people for playing specific ways or being specific kind of assholes. Which is what, like, a lot of today's talk on it was like the new format that got introduced for the end of Pride Month, which is like, all commanders have partner, theoretically. And it's just, the only reason I would never enjoy that is because people would immediately make, like, combos in the command slot. So you would just play your commanders and not worry too much about your deck. And you would just win the game. And it's like, cool, well, I don't want to play that. I want to play thematic ones, like, characters that actually synergize with each other, that, like, lore-wise would also hang out. That was cool. There was one that I looked at, from, what was the fucking Terra Commander deck? Yeah, I'm bringing Final Fantasy into this as well. Shadow and his dog, Interceptor. They synergize perfectly with each other, and I hate that they're not got partner inherently. That's one that I would put partner for. Okay, so on pickups at the moment, there is an on hit. I think I changed this to no longer being an on hit, like on that specific thing. I think I just make a step event. Method call. Step. Yeah, no, we'll do this instead. Okay, so step funk and step funk arcs. I think that's just gonna be better. Because then I can go here, write those in there, and then write in, so I'm gonna make a function here. Gonna leave that empty for the moment. And do this. Self is what I'm gonna need with self, because we need to context base it. And then we need the on-hit systems. This. Now, weapon checking collision. So I am gonna have to input a collision type. Into here. Just do 0. Ray, return ray thing, weapon handle hit, on hits, on hit hit. Cool, I don't think I need to handle anything else there. Because we've made a hit, so we've made that, we've made that. We do need to have step event, or step funk, isn't it? Equal, so we need to pass this through. Hold funk equals struct dot funk. Which one? So funk 1 is this event, funk 2 is that event. Ugh. And then this will be other dot hold funk, and then step event step funk args equals self. But I obviously need to bracket this. There we go. Getting there. Getting there. So image x scale equals other dot x scale. Now we're going to do the same with y. And then the difference is direction equals, I think it's 270. But we're going to also have to have an if is flying and check for this. Because we want this to only occur when it's in flight. Let's see if this works. Like, I just want to see if this crashes or not, is basically what I want to check right now. If this crashes, or at least results in something that's pick upable. We fire out the feathers, and they turn into those. And we get a crash. Draw self is not set. Draw self. Wait, no, what is the phrasing again for it? Draw self equals true. It's not image index, it's sprite index, so that's right. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so it does look like they're producing the drops, though. And it looks like it attempted to do the drops, but it failed on the rest of it. Okay, so direction's not wrong. Oh, no. Direction, it's not direction I want, it's image. Oops. Angle equals 270. Cool. They deal damage in return. Awesome. There we go. That means that system is working as intended. So we've got 2 other systems that we need to add in. Is like the immediate thing that we need to do. So the 2 remaining key things that we need to add in is the when it's leveled up return, which we can just toggle around for now. So I'm just gonna do this because I do think it's way too much damage. I can just see that already. So it's toggle returning, and and it's the cooldown refund on pickup. The cooldown refund on pickup should be relatively easy, because we should be able to then have this part here. So I'll be changing the function to a new function and the function argument to the variable that'll pass through. So what I need to do here is I need another function. I'm going to put it above this function in the list. Alright. So this function will be... So I need caster to come in. With caster. Then we're going to do a weapon search, which we don't have this function currently. So we need to look at how we do this, because it shouldn't be too hard. Is it skill cooldown? We're looking for... Okay. We're looking for... I think this is just name. Okay. We'll fix that a bit later. So, a caster, how do I do this again? Because this is a bit of a unique one. There's a way to do it, and I know it's on the wiki for the info that I'm looking for, but I'm just going to think about it for a moment, what I'm kind of trying to do. So, I need to find the weapon. Cooldown. And the current cooldowns list. And then I need to refund value. So we're gonna need to also put in a value. So with caster, first we need to have an if it contains, or we need to, yeah, so if cooldown cooldown core is what it's called. Cooldown core. Dot. Cooldown list. And now, this is where it gets to this weird one. I need to find a way to find if there is a specific value in a struct in the array. I'm trying to remember if I can do... Let's see. Offset length, no. Find index, that's what I need. Find index. We need a function for this, though. The function would be... How do I write you, specifically, again? So, function, element, indexed. Element is greater than 0. So, it's all the ones that are greater than 0 are found from that. In terms of indexing. So, I need... I'm just gonna write it locally. So, it'd be element, and then what was it? Element, index. Index is second point. Index. So I need by the way, this needs to be ripped out of this. Var index equals this. I believe I can do it this way. And I think this is where it's going to return -1. Yeah. If index not equal -1. Cooldown core, list, index, dot, current, cooldown, equals, is minus equal value. That should work. Theoretically. Again, me being very tentative on that one because I'm not 100% sure. Because I felt like there was issues with this before. The above code creates a function that takes an array elements and its index as the input. The function returns true if that. Okay, so I need to have this as return. True if name. Let's see. Accepts the following arguments: value and index. The problem is, I think the context of this won't work correctly. That's the point I'm trying to make. So I don't think this sees this. So I do need to pass through a few different things here. Which one's this one? It's the one right after? Yeah. 3. And then hold func 2 args equals caster value, we'll do value up top. And then name. I don't, yeah, that's a good point. Struct dot name. Okay, let's write the value really quickly. Once this lets me. Refund cooldown value. Var value equals. I'm just gonna rip the value from the previous one because it just worked really nicely. Where did I write it? Yeah. So there's that. I'm gonna redo that obviously in relevance to real thing. So value true. Oh no. Structed dot value. That's incorrect, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's correct. This isn't. Yeah, I thought it was casting faster for some reason. Oh, right. Okay, so that's value there is passed through correctly. So then we go here and we put func equals other dot hold func 2. I think that's what it's just called. Is it just called func? Yeah, it's func and func arg. And then func args equals other dot hold func 2 args. Okay. This one will be really interesting to see if this works correctly or not. Wait. I just realized I'm not passing through that correctly in the thing, am I? Okay, before I do that, skill cooldown push. We don't. Okay, so this is going to be name instead. Shouldn't mess up with anything that we've got currently. There's an argument to be made that index would have worked, I guess. Okay, object unknown index, cooldowns function, cooldown array. Yeah, okay, so let's go with back to having it as index. Like that. And then instead have the weapon handle that. I will not be surprised if this doesn't work. Because again, like I said, I don't think the contexting is right, because I think with this, it doesn't take external context into the function. So hopefully this means the weapon still functions all correctly and no differences up until we try and pick it up. And crash. Weapon index is not set before reading, and it's specifically online checking for it. Yep. Cool. Okay. I know there's several ways of doing this. I can ground the function in context. And I think that's how I have to do it. if I want to do this. I'm trying to remember where the best example of that is in here. I think it's actually just going to be easier if I go like this. Here we are. Method, scope, put the scope with this. Okay, perfect. So I'm just gonna write var scope equals index weapon index. And for this, we write method scope we have to have an additional close brackets on the other end of this, and then we put this here. I believe though I have to have this as self.index. Alright. EP and have work in the morning. See you around. Give me a moment to stretch. No, all good, Devil. You go have a good rest. I will have a read of that, like, stuff that you put. I had a quick squiz, and I see how long it is. That's why I'm like, I will react to that probably the moment I have enough spoons to be able to read. Do it after stream? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. It means I can just write you a response. Should be easier. But no, have good sleep. Catch you later. Meanwhile, I need to figure out the fuck I'm doing. Once my brain turns on at some point. Alright, this should ground the context now. I don't need to check that. Buy the thing. I pick them up. It's working. Oh, that looks so nice. That's so nice. Okay, so just to explain what's happening, when I pick up the feathers, they will reduce the cooldown remaining of the feather weapon. So it will basically mean that, like, you want to shoot forwards and move forwards and keep picking them up as much as you possibly can. That's really good to see that that's working correctly. Alright, find the weapon cooldown in the current cooldowns list. So we scope it so we can check for the index correctly, the weapon index. Keeping in mind that the weapon index is the index inside of the grand scheme of things. It's kind of is good, kind of bad. It works out though. Then we pin it up against that, check for that index. if we get a return value on that, we can then refund the cooldown. Which does mean you could just leave a shitload of feathers on the ground and pick them all up, which is why we're going to have a timer for how long they are allowed to be around. We'll make an internal cooldown for that. So these will push a cooldown and basically go, hey, how long am I allowed to live for? This is the duration they're allowed to sit on the ground for and disappear afterwards. Because I do not want the player's optimization to be they get enough cooldown and all that to not really suffer, but then like stack a shitload of them on a position and then just make it so you pick them all up for a boss and try and kill the boss that way. That, maybe I don't really have a problem with that. I don't know, I just don't like the idea of leaving feathers around forever and ever and ever. And that's the thing that I'm kind of aiming to not do, is just have them so they do eventually despawn. But maybe I could just genuinely leave them alone. Alright, so now we need to come back here and do an if struct dot value, is it 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep. Then we will do another push. Owner dot cooldown core dot cooldown list. No, it's not cooldown. It's cooldown array add, and then I need to make new cooldown. What is it called? I'm blanking on it. Cool. No, it is just cooldown constant. Okay, type -1. Base value. What do I want as the base value? How long does it take for the other one to come back as a return thing? I'm looking for weapons equipment code. Return flight. If flight return, time source create with array push, 2 seconds. It takes 2 seconds for them to return. So, or like till they'll trigger a return. I'm gonna put it longer because I'm triggering this from a singular location, not from each individual thing like I did before. So we're gonna do every 3 seconds. And then no, we don't need to write it. Function. We put in store. 3 is that one. That's 4. And then, what do I have for the triggers on this? ID array. Var ID array equals this. And then at the end, array push ID array ID. And then I need to go here quickly so I can pick up a trigger. Drop pickup. No, that's what I want. So drop pickup, ID list, and then I'm gonna have to pass through. Actually, no, it's caster. Caster. And we go back to here. Caster. So let's just turn this to true. See what this looks like. So it should be after 3 seconds, the feathers all fly to me. One, 2, 3. Okay, I think I got it wrong now. Super type, index, cooldown, funk. Is this not getting populated? Maybe. One with the Final Fantasy VII precon. Nice. I don't have that one yet. I don't have 7 and 14. I'm still waiting for that. To be fair, 10 is insanely strong. And I've actually come to enjoy the 6 one a lot. But yeah, no, 7's got explosive plays, 10 has got some of the best tempo out of the lot and explosive plays. 6 has got, like, really good consistency and just hard to kind of, like, is really good resilience. And 14 is just bad. The Final Fantasy XIV precon is actually the worst, and it's really sad. It's got some of the best cards in it, but it's just the worst deck. Like, the Final Fantasy precon is, like, objectively shouldn't even be precon level. It's so bad. One against 14 and the Fallout Moth. Yeah, Mothman, when he's not, like, played correctly, he's horrendously bad, but he's, like, in the deck that he's from. If you're not bad, I don't see you losing very often, and it's a very easy one to optimize. There's a reason why Mothman became very hated, is because he is just one of the best commanders out there for that shit. He has too much value and rad counters, like, if you're using them correctly, he just kills you with commander damage. He either kills you with commander damage, or he just creates too strong of a presence and you can't beat him. Those are, like, the two things that deck kind of does. But the precon is, again, it's harder to pilot, I guess. 7 is just kind of like, I have big dude, I swing. There's a reason why I'm kind of happy I did get the Tifa from that. In one of the things that I got from the precons. So I am going to make a Tifa deck. At some point. In the very fair distant future. If I didn't spam board wipes until Mothman was too expensive, I'd be fricked. Well, I mean, the problem is, isn't Mothman Sultai? So, I think it's Sultai. Yeah, it's Sultai. Sultai, not Soul-Tide. Sultai is the name for the color combination. If I go to 3 color and I go down here, you'll see Sultai. S-U-L-T-A-I. Black, green, blue. Yes, he is Sultai. Sultai is one of the most high-value graveyard-dependent archetypes, and they love being able to mill themselves and ramp. That is the purpose of those colors, typically, and that's why Mothman's insanely good, because he does that, exactly. The fact is, if we go to commanders and we go to top commanders in Sultai, yeah, immediately, Wise Mothman's the best, then Muldrotha, which lets you play shit from your graveyard for free. Xerix is, just because you get Hydra. Taval also loves shit from your graveyard and milling. Glab also just kind of lets you just play your deck. And so on and so forth, right? Minoplasm loves shit from your graveyard. Yada yada. So yeah, I feel like I've made my point. Sin as well is Sultai. Taval is Sultai. There is a lot of just like, I'm gonna dump my graveyard back onto the battlefield or utilize my graveyard in some way. That is typically what that color combination likes to do. Mainly because it's just Golgari with blue. That's actually like the thing about it, if you go to it all. If you're wondering what I mean by Golgari, that's black and green, which is an extremely popular color combination, and I enjoy it myself as well. Which, I mean, like, my favorite deck is a Yagura one that literally has Chatterfang, Dina, Hazel in it. Let's see, does it have anything else in the top kind of list? I mean, I want to do a winter deck, but I want to do it not as that winter. I want to do it with something else. Oh yeah, it's also got Beldros and Camilla in there. And Greta. And this is me literally just looking at the top Sultai commanders. And I just can point at some, Sultai, Golgari commanders. The fact that I can point at a bunch of them being in my main Golgari deck should say a lot. Yeah, Lanthral's still the fucking top Golgari commander because it's just the top elf commander as well. I do want to do a Skullbriar deck at some point, just because it's funny. Voltron commander, go brr. But yeah, there you go. Again, I have the perspective that just about every deck can probably be used to win in a lot of ways, especially if we're just talking precons. It's just who's piloting them as well. Do you hear about the upcoming Secret Lair? Do you mean the fucking Sonic one, which has been talked about for the last, like, 2 days? Yes, I have. And I want to... I'm not gonna lie, if I had the money, I would get it. Just purely because of Shadow and Dr. Robotnik. Shadow is insane. Shadow's just obscene. So in case anyone hasn't seen this, because it was actually on the front of the EDH rec page. So I can just use that quickly. Secret Lair Sonic. So, Sonic the Hedgehog's interesting card. I can see some interesting decks with this. Other than that, Tails, I can see being interesting in certain ones, but, like, it's objectively, you should not put this as your commander. It's horrendous. Amy is probably the worst of the lot. But, I mean, she's just... in the colors that she's in, she's just another card that could go into those decks, but not really that great. Knuckles is kind of funny, but he's just a worse version of another card that exists. Best fanfic deck ever, SpongeBob, yeah. Dr. Ekman I think's insane, because the best part about this card is people have been reading it wrong. So these colors already are kind of spooky for an artifacts-orientated deck, or an artifact robot construct sort of thing. I mean, it's basically artifact related. Anyway, is flying at the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Then each opponent faces a villainous choice. That player discards a card, or you may put a construct, robot, or vehicle card from your hand onto the battlefield. The misunderstanding people have is the word each. This is each opponent. You get, like, in a 4-player game, you get 3 triggers of, do you discard a card or do I get to put shit out for free? So, he's really good with, like, a lot of Aether Drift cards. There's a lot of scary constructs and robots. I mean, there's the notorious, Noxious Gearhulk is one of the first things that comes to mind. There's, so many really, really scary things you can do with this. Dr. Robot for the Doctor Who deck? I guess, yeah, sure. But, like, there's so many things you can do with this, because it's either, do you expend resources, or do you let me put shit down for free? Like, as Gearhulks in general, there's a lot of Gearhulks in these colors that are extremely good. And yeah, I think Dr. Eggman's one that's like an incredible commander, and a lot of potency can come along with this. In fact, his biggest weakness is the fact that he's a human scientist, not a human artificer. Like, I'm gonna be honest, that is something that could have just changed all of this. Also, the fact that he's got the big ass. It's great. Sonic the Shadow the Hedgehog. This is probably the one that I'm the most interested in personally because of how obscene this is. So 2 black, 2 red, 4/2, whatever, haste. Whenever Shadow the Hedgehog or another creature you control with flash or haste dies, draw a card. There's plenty of ways to make that go obscene, myriad, yada yada yada. I'm ignoring it. Chaos Control. Each spell you cast has split second if mana from an artifact was spent to cast it. So this doesn't, like, the misunderstanding as well that I saw with this immediately was people thinking, oh yeah, the treasure token stuff, like what we're seeing here. No, this doesn't say from treasure, this means artifact. Bitch, your fucking arcane signet now gives your shit split second. And just to remind people what split second kind of does, it basically means, oh, you want to interact with my play? You can't. You can't activate or cast anything that isn't a mana ability. That is insane. There is a lot of decks that are going, treasures are still artifacts. Yes, I'm saying yes to that. The problem is people aren't thinking about your own mana rocks that are in your deck already. If you've got a deck with a bunch of random ass mana rocks or whatever, and you play those to do your casts, that's insanely fucking good. That's the point. Is it's not about the treasures, it's that you can use treasures, but you can also use your own damn ramp. Also, fun fact, artifact lands exist. This is any spell from an with artifact mana. In any way. There is too many things this can trigger off. Any deck that can run this will run this. If they, obviously if they get it. I would love this in my Sisei deck that I'm slowly constructing. That's an insanely good effect. Then Super State, which I think's honestly, if it wasn't for one line in it, I would love this card. So, 7 mana, Legendary Enchantment Aura, enchant creature you control. If it was just enchant creature, I'd love that. But enchant creature has base power and toughness 9/9, has flying, first strike, trample, and haste. Whenever enchant creature deals combat damage to an opponent, deals that much damage to each other opponent. So it kind of gives you like myriad, but not, like, it gives you myriad damage, it doesn't give you the rest. It's pretty good, but like, I'll be honest, the one deck that I can see this being really fun for can't play this, which would have been the, oh, what's her name? The Enchantress that's like, whenever you cast an aura on something, on a non-land especially, which was funny, on a non-land, thing that a permanent that an opponent controls, you gain control of it if the enchantment costs more. So you can't do that to it, which sucks. Then you've got the rest of these, which are just reprints for some of these are decent cards. I mean, Swiftfoot Boots are decent, not, Battlesphere is Battlesphere. Reaver Cleaver is Reaver Cleaver. It's always not a bad one. Hammer of Nizalon. Lightning Greaves, again, is a good card. Whatever. A token. And then you get these ones, which I'll admit the Sol Ring looks kind of cool. Open the Armory is not a bad card. Generous Gift is a good removal card. Fabricate is a good fetch card. Deadly Dispute is a good draw card that exists. Unexpected Windfall is a card. Yeah. So, overall, nothing insane with this outside of like Robotnik and Shadow, but like I can see people being quite happy about having Sonic and then like Sonic and Friends being within the colors that he can play. I was actually more laughing at the fact that Shadow can't be played with Sonic as the commander, because Sonic doesn't have black in him. But, like, I agree with these colors for the characters, for the most part. Yeah. But, like, Dr. Eggman, these colors are normally quite good for, yeah, Grixis are quite good for, like, artifact-y sort of decks. There's a lot of good artifact commanders in here, like Mishra and shit. Let's see if I can find some of the ones I'm thinking of. Yeah, like Mishra, Eminent One is one of the better ones. Obviously, yes, Davros from Doctor Who set. Oh, like the Doctor Who set base ones, because obviously those. But there's like so many other ones that are really good as well. Yeah, like Celis as well. Celis is a really solid one. There's that one legendary that also copies your artifacts. I'm trying to remember what it's fucking called. Why is that there? What? I'm pretty sure if I click on you, it'll come up quickly, the one I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, that would be pretty decent, this deck. This dude. Yeah, it's because that's Izzet. That's where. When pre-order? Next month. But yeah, like, this dude's a great example of another card that goes into there, and it's just really strong. But I'm sad, because, like I said, I'm poor, so I'm just gonna have to say no to it. It's the same with the Deadpool one. It's like, I'd love to get the Deadpool one day, because I want Deadpool in the Sisay deck, and I want, like, another card from it, like Deadly Rollick, and all that. And that's just not happening anytime soon. As I said earlier today, I have a couple of weeks coming up soon that are going to be really, really hard to survive through, because of some of the PC parts that I've bought and how much of a big hit that is to cost per week. I just realized I need to do two parts to this. Index and... what is it? I need to have, like, origin point in here. Like, origin is the thing for that. Good luck, mate. I'll deal with it. I'll figure it out. I mean, like, if you want a depressing look at it, give me a sec. I think I've got, 8 weeks to pay over $1,000. Keep in mind, I get like $200 a week to myself. And that's like including groceries. Or like the amount that I need to pay is excluding groceries, but like the $200 a week I have to myself is including groceries. Yeah, let's see. So I have to pay like 140 this week, 130 next week, then 130, 170, $200, 185, $100, and then another $100. Basically. That is what I've got to do. But it does mean that I am very close to PC stuff, and I just need about like a bit over $2,000, and then I can probably complete it this year. So yeah, no, the next 2 weeks are me trying to find ways to cheaply stock up for the, like, 3 weeks in a row I can't buy food. Which is bad because, like, I don't have cheap ways of stocking up. I eat a lot of food. Done walking home, I'm gonna start cooking, so get something for lunch tomorrow. That's fair. Yeah, no, I eat way too much. And it's not a choice thing, it's a body thing. Now I'm finally able to eat again, like a decent amount. My body's like super happy, so I don't really want to be detrimental with it. I'd be very, very careful if I reduce how much I'm eating, because otherwise my body might just like fully get just hungry all the time. And like pain hunger, not like haha hunger. So what I need to do with this is I do need to add in kind of like an owner thing. Denotion. There we go. Oh, hey, Yuki, how's it going? Hope stream was fun. And hello, Raiders. Honor equals. Just put it as that. Brain cooked. Alright. But yes, hello. It's fluffy time. Why does that remind me of the quote from, was it The Thing? That sounds really terrible, but I literally mean The Thing. It's clobbering time. To just, it's fluffy time. There you go. Oh god, my brain is actually just out the window today. It's morbing time? No. It's still so hot. Man, here I am with my blankets and everything just over my lap, nice and, like, chill. It's, oh. Yeah, it's good times, good times. What am I coding? At the moment, suffering. No, I am currently working through a weapon, system for the last weapon of my main 3 that I need to do. I had to. No, I don't blame you. But this is probably one of the more complex weapons to add. Share? No. You'll have to fight me for it. I'm not giving up my chilliness, because when summer rolls around, I'm gonna die. But yeah, the weapon I'm working on at the moment is this little feathers one that comes out. Little feathers, they float on the ground. And the cool part about this is you'll see that it's a recast, but if I go pick these up, you see it's recasting the weapon sooner. Basically picking these up refresh the cooldown. So it's good to have this re-added in because it adds in pickups system and everything like that. Have you tried Unsuffering? It may help. Nah. It's like a whole game in a way. That's so cool. Oh, this is a remake of a game that we already technically have got a lot further with, which is this one. I say remake. This is the project originally, but the code had gotten so outdated in a lot of sections that it became, like, just laggy and hard to work with. But, like, I can launch this really, well, I say really quickly. This is going to show you an example. The other one launches in a couple of seconds. This one might take, like, a full minute to launch this, because of just how temperamental it is now. It's too much going on, and it's too inefficient in a lot of sectors. Yes, I am rewriting it. Which I'm rewriting it from the ground up, which is taking a very long time. But with once this weapon is fully implemented, I have implemented all of, like, the 3 staples for weapons, and I can do things a lot easier. Adding a weapon should only take, like, about an hour at most. Been in the process of re-adding it. Yeah, no, we're still waiting for this to finish launching. There we go. It took its time. But this is an example of what the game was like, functionally speaking. So we have a bunch of characters you can select to play as. For example, then you can go into the run and run around and play. And yes, each character is unique in a lot of ways, and yes, these are all the VTubers. This is Fuamoko. And the coolest part about this character, and I still stand by this, is you can see, obviously, we're playing as one of the characters. The special ultimate for this character is the ability to switch to the other one. Reminds me so much of holocure. Yeah, that's fair. It is a very Vampire Survivors-esque game, and I will not dispute that it's an inspiration, but it's as much of an inspiration to this as Vampire Survivors, Soulstone Survivors, and a lot of other games as well. So trying to get me to add Fubuki. You do realize she's on the, like, docket for near future, right? You said that, like, I'm not doing that. Like, if we go to the planning doc, where is she? Right there. Like, her kit's even mostly designed, if I remember correctly. And her kit was really fun to design, because I decided to do something really weird with it. Just to, like, make hers feel accurate to herself. I need to pull up the other document for it, though. There it is. Don't read silly documents, it's too long. That's fair. Where am I looking? There she is. Slash and a cone. Later level stun. When below 60% health, gain damage reduction. While above 40%, gain cooldown reduction. Gain damage while, gain damage. So that's basically just increasing your damage amount. When not a fox, when dropping below 40% health, transform into a fox and gain 100% dodge chance briefly. And then as a fox, gain additional movement speed. Lose fox form when you go above 60 health. And then, stunning enemies can execute. Fox Brain is like music now with it. That's fair. That's very fair. This music's fun, though. But yeah, no, the idea is that it's... I like it because the design of her character kind of ended up with this, like, so you stick between 40 to 60% health, and you try and maintain that balance as much as you can. Like, it's not... you don't suffer miserably for not doing it. But, like, it's definitely more fun to try and do that. And it leads to this kind of interesting thing where you want to maybe pick up things that, like, cost health to do. Right? Like, things that tick your health down constantly and try and get a little bit more of a stable health, position from that. Because, yeah, you just... It's funny. Thought it was cool. you're doing your take on it, the more the better. Oh yeah, no, that's the other thing as well. Like, very early on we added Gura, and that was always a big discussion point, is like how similar was the Gura I did to the other one. This Gura is very different. That led to the thing. There's no drawback. Yeah, one of the things I try and aim for is I don't do what I nickname shadow effects, where it's you get a detriment for you get a benefit for detriment, right? There's a couple of times I do that. I think Melody has one of those as an example. Yeah, her ability here, which is you lose a percentage of your max health, but you convert that to a 1% for crit damage. So if you have 1,000 health and you lose 10% of it for this effect, so you're at 900 health, so it's not too bad, but you get 100% crit damage. So it becomes this really interesting scenario for that, but that's less of a drawback than anything, especially when her kit has, like, inherent dodge chance in it. It has dodge chance and it has increased pickup range. So you kind of don't get in the middle of a fight anyway. I mean, actually, I think the only character that has the most shadow-like effect is probably Neuro, because the passive. This here is the passive. I do not blame people for not wanting to read all of that. Keep in mind, by comparison, going back to Melody, this is her passive. Just all of that. And then with, like, Rin, that's all of her passive. Even for Moko, their passive is this. Right? To explain this in the shortest amount of time, you don't get to control your character. You're a little drone that flies around your character. And leveling this up means that the AI that is controlling the character that's running around, which is Nero, gets smarter and better. It takes actions faster and it makes them smarter. I think one of the examples is it's like, after a specific level up, it's like now it sees if its health is below 50% and tries to retreat. Then it like no longer passes on to the enemies, but a small space away from the enemies. Improves like runaway logic and response time stuff. Better logic for all the previous systems. Yada yada yada. So it's just like, each level up just improves the AI, and I thought that was really beautiful. As well as like the fact that you don't get to control your player anymore. All of the weapons and everything, you're putting that on Neuro, and Neuro gets to go do her thing. It's finding ways to, like, pay homage to the characters in an effective and, like, fun way. Is always the thing that I try and aim for with this. Sounds like she could be used as an AFK farm character. Yeah, but you do still have to kind of babysit her, because, like, she is going to run into the enemies. There's a little bit of stuff you can do to try and, like, protect her and stuff, but, like, for the most part, yeah, you don't pay attention to her, she might just die, and you might just lose the run because of that. Like, late game, you could probably fairly AFK with her, but, like, there's other builds that, I'm gonna be honest, you could AFK with. And especially when the game is intended to be run speed and not, like, living through a run. So, again, gameplay loops very similar to Soulstone Survivors, in the sense that it's like, kill set amount of enemies, boss spawns, kill the boss, repeat this process like 5 times, you've won the run. Do that in as short amount of time as you can. Just program her to force touch the enemies for fun. Maybe you decide to add evil. I mean, that's what the ult is. If I look at my notebook, give me a second. I'll just quickly fix that. Where is her note? I wrote it somewhere. Where did I write you? Oh, let's see. It summons evil. Which is basically just another Neuro temporarily. So you get two Neuros running around, except one of them's evil and has, like, slight limitations on what she attacks with. I think probably she's going to attack with her trident instead of, like, the other weapons. We'll see. And has maybe slightly lower stats, just so you don't have, like, too strong of a character. But, like, the other big selling point of this game that is why I've had to redo this so much and do so much, like, reiterating work. This game's multiplayer. This isn't just, like, me, you can only play with one character at a time and stuff like that. No. You and up to four total people in a lobby can play. That's why so much of this has to be so uniquely coded. Yeah, no, it's intended to be a multiplayer game. It's not balanced around it, per se. The game will have balancing systems for that, but you will definitely benefit from having more than one player, more than one thing. So you can make synergies and stuff like that. The music synced up with you saying that. Yeah, gotta love the random music that we got. Good music. But yes. That's why characters like Fuomoko and Neuro are so interesting as well, is because it's adding more, like, things onto the field. So it's, in a sense, adding an additional player to an extent. I mean, Fuomoko, like, if you're playing as Fuawa, Mokoko is just running around hitting shit, and vice versa. But they're only doing it with their unique weapon, they're not, like, echoing items. All that sort of stuff. We've also got summons as a system that will be getting redone soon, because I have to do that for Aura's character, which she was one of the earliest characters I originally did. Which is why she's very outdated in a lot of her architecture. I'd really want to fix up stuff. If this is multiplayer, it just blew my mind. Never expected these type of games to be multiplayer. Blame League of Legends Swarm game mode. Because I thought about multiplayer really early on, and I was like, nah, it's just not going to be worth it. People aren't going to enjoy it. I played Swarm. Being able to play with, like, a friend or two was one of the best things about playing that sort of thing. Because it means if you enjoy it, but, like, enjoy the characters or enjoy the kind of atmosphere, you can drag someone along that's a lot better at the game than you, and you can, like, enjoy it from that. And my God, I loved doing that, because I'm really good at these games, because I play anything that's a roguelike Vampire Survivors sort of thing religiously. I play a lot of them. It's some of the most games I play. Hell, even in Star Rail, there's a, like, Honkai Star Rail, there's a sub-game mode arcade thing that keeps popping up from time to time. A lot of people don't like it. I enjoy it because it's kind of that sort of thing. Where it's about building, like, sort of synergies with some of the stuff you have available and all that. I enjoy that stuff. I mean, what was it? There was also, like, because that's helped inspire a couple of things. Oh, what was the Deep Rock Galactic Survivors? That was also another one that came in. That, once that came out, I was like, yeah, I like the idea of doing, like, events on the map. That you have to go do to progress and improve. Dropped out of Star Rail at the end of Penacone. Got bored. That's fair enough. I mean, the game's really fun at the moment. There is normally some downtime, and the benefit I have with Star Rail, I think, is that, like, I play for 10-15 minutes every morning, get my auto dailies done, and then, like, every week or two, every few weeks, I'll come in and just complete all the story that's available at the time, and then just leave it alone. I'll do it for a weekend thing. So I'm never, like, burnt out with it, and I'm never, like, caring too much. Because so much of it's auto-fighting. I mean, the next update, which is, like, in 2 days, looks really, really cool. Because of the characters and stuff. I mean, we're getting the collab, the Fate collab. But, like, if I go to YouTube... and go watch the... because I looked at... that trailer is so cool. Wait, let me pause the music, because it'll probably come up pretty soon. Saba! Yeah. Gotta love Saba. Super hyped to have her back. Oh, sorry, she's never streamed before, as she said. My bad. No, that's the wrong one. Star Rail. There it is. Yeah, I watched this last night, and this is just so fucking good.
They say, if suffering has an end, then I will be the deliverer. But why is there absolutely nothing behind me now?
After it's over, I'll open a tailor shop.
It wouldn't be bad to live for yourself.
I want to be a normal person.
That's not a wish.
Time to see who's better.
And stand up and face me!
Is that Barbara? No, it wasn't.
Why?
It's another character that ascended to God.
Why did you? Take them all away from me!
But yeah, so this is the next character we're going to be getting.
Never again need a deliverer.
What you're about to see is what the character can do in game.
Of IDs, Elysiae. What is your dream?
Like, he mechanically transforms into game into what you're about to see.
This idea of fate. Never.
Oh, the Aeon of Destruction? Nanook? I will not speak on why there is definitely some similarity to that. I mean, I could talk about this number here and how awesome this number is, by the way. So there's a term called perfect number. A perfect number, for example, the first one is 6. If I recall correctly. Which, a perfect number is all of its divisible numbers, like all available divisible numbers adding together to equal the variable, right? I can probably... Perfect number. A positive integer that equals the sum of its proper divisors. So 6 is 1, 2, and 3. So all of the divisible values added together equals 6. The next one is like 28. Because 1, 2, 4, 7, and 14 all add together that. This number here is a perfect number. And there is definitely a reason for it. And we've all been kind of hinted at what is going on. But that's why I'm like, I don't want to go too spoiler of it. Heard of them once? Yeah. So that's why, like, this number matters a lot, because that's hit a perfect number. And there's a hint at a few things. But, like, that's the next character we're getting. And just to, like, stress what I mean by, like, that is the character we're actually getting his power, I want to see if I can find it. I'll see if I can find, like, just a little bit of gameplay of him. No, some of that gets to... Okay. This will have all of his animations. I'll just skip through it a little bit. But this is what he looks like in-game. Right? So, again, pretty fuckboy. All that. Let's get to him walking around. Yada, yada, yada. So that is his technique that he can do outside of combat. That instantly destroys anything that's not a boss. That just kills them. And it does it in an AoE. Alright. So I'm just gonna let these animations play, because all of his... So, skill animation. Pretty cute. Gotta love that. Like Acheron, but AoE. Kinda, yeah. But yeah, no, so now he's got his ult available. Activate ult. Now, there's a unique thing about this ult. If you're playing as him, his health bar takes up now the entire bottom of the screen, and all of your other characters are frozen in time and no longer on the battlefield. And he goes into single combat with the rest of the enemy team. For a set amount of time, it freezes the clock. And it's a turn-based game now, all based around him. And, like, this is his skill. In case you thought his skill animation was, like, kind of underpowered. Like, I'm not kidding. That's actually just, yeah, his spammable skill. Bro's literally in a nuke. No, he's not. And then this is, at the end of his ult. When it times out. I can say without spoiling, he's not Nanook. I can say that with very much certainty. Because I will play this. This is canon stuff we know. This is the trailer they did for the upcoming update. Which is a huge lore drop. I love this lore drop.
The last time I was on the Yuchua was centuries ago.
Pity that you now come not as a hero, but a prisoner. Put the abundance in their grave, empty talk.
The divination matrix will naturally determine whether your words are trustworthy.
Fine. As we always say on the Cienjo, seeing is believing. A war of gods has already begun in the Abacus's calculated future. The Lord Ravager's wish will be fulfilled, and an eon will fall. This is a chess game between gods. As each piece falls to counter the next, why not take advantage of it for our own goals? The Alliance already has the Swarm Author's remains to kill a god. We just need to temper the Hunt's arrowheads with Ruin's golden blood.
A colleague told me that the Cienjo Alliance is not our enemy. So why not join this great feast? And observe how billions of beating hearts walk into irreversible demise.
Indeed, death is not a process, but the outcome. Let the ignorant hunter raise their bow and kill what they love, what they believe in, and ultimately kill themselves.
So, what's the point in this process? Just for it to feel like a ceremony? Well, it's not like I have a right to complain about ceremonies. I mourn for worlds that can no longer laugh.
Do you still remember what happened?
I saw a spot of light that dimmed the star. Then existence itself was torn, leaving only a despairing white, enveloping both entropy and time.
We salute thee, blemished one. In defiance of the cosmic roots that bind all, we offer a magnificent ruin.
Together, beneath your gaze, we bear witness to a colleague's end. Be it
So, to explain what's kind of going on at the moment with this, these are what's called the Lord Ravagers. These are beings made by Nanook. They are insanely potent entities, and what we've realized from this, and this is kind of mild spoilerish, but all of these are designed to counter a specific path. So Fantelia is to counteract the Hunt, if I recall correctly. The guy that we saw with the hat that was walking along is to counteract the Elation. And there's one that is to counteract the Erudition. And that is what we're dealing with at the moment, is the attempt to kill the Erudition. Now, why does our boy look so much like Nanook? Well, that's potentially because we might see the birth of a new Lord Ravager. That is what we might be seeing. Not saying that's definitely the case, because that would be spoilerish if I did say that, but that would explain why he kind of looks like Nanook and has shit like Nanook going on. And why they're talking about welcoming someone into their
collapse. The end of their yearning is the same.
So I think she's to counteract the Harmony from memory. This is Iron Forge.
Just to witness?
Which I think is...
That feels like formalism.
Their edition one. But yeah, here's your Elation.
Even if every genius in the cosmos dropped dead, what's that got to do with us?
Such a cool design.
Still not enough for you? The fools will only flounder in tears after the wise have been buried.
Cease your chatter.
Yeah, his nails, he's one.
The sun has risen
Like, I was just full
from
pivot
the
from
end
coding.
of time.
This is how my coding streams go.
When Iron Tomb finally breaks its shell, the
You're open
erudition's
for this reason.
calculations will meet the end.
But who could say that Akavili on a new journey won't bring another salvation?
Trailblazing always ends up igniting something, no? Then, they'll achieve an even more majestic ruin.
Prisoner who picked up
All I was saying is that this is very typical for my streaming. For game development specifically, I like being able to go off topic and enjoy myself. It's just how I've enjoyed doing it a lot of the time. So that's why, like, something like this comes up, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. But yeah, so now we get back to good old
Starfire. If you are to become the first spark, then come and leave the cave with me. And in that fable about the stars, we'll pen the prelude of destruction.
There we go. What up, bro? Nothing too much. How about yourself? Just getting, taking a break at the moment. Chilling out. But yeah, no, so that's why, like, that... At the moment, the lore is getting so insane. I'm loving it. I absolutely love the stuff in Star Rail at the moment. But Finon is, like... I liked that. I like Finon's, like, lead-up at the moment in the story, is he is basically designed to be, like, oh, he's the hero, he's the... And it's like, no, he was never supposed to be the hero. And it's why everyone's, like, clowning on the fact that, like, when we went into this, it was like Penacony. We were told it was going to be, like, a happy story. And it's like, okay, we might get a happy ending, but, like, also, fuck you. How dare you say happy? And also, the music's still fucking amazing. Like, this is literally the last update, final boss stuff here. This music is so good. I don't know how much this shows of the gameplay, though. I think it's just the music. No, it shows the cutscene, cool.
Legends unfold that way, but by this bloodline there knows nothing.
I'm not a person for lore. I save some bits and pieces now and then, but I could never get invested. So I agree with that, and it's the same with how I do with Warframe. I learn a shitload from osmosis. I get a little bit interested and I enjoy the plot, but, like, I'll still skip through cutscenes. What type of game am I developing? Vampire Survivors, like. I have it right here at the moment. We're just taking a bit of a break to watch some stuff, but after that I can actually show the current development of the remaking thing for it. But hey, Barbarant, yeah. She's a cool character, especially, I think this is going to maybe show the cutscene. But yeah, like, this is the new boss that came out last patch. It's the God of the Sky.
뛰어들어 pioneering souls in the groom they strive to flash through the journey's filled with ones and toes till we crash against the sky. Let's get by.
Oh, don't lag now. Of course it lags at the fucking peaking moment.
Still we crash against the sky. Let's get by. The judgment of
So yeah, this is when she ascends to being the god of the sky. Because why not? I fucking love this music, man. Yeah, good times, good times. I love Starro. So that's what the lore looks like at the moment. It's gotten a lot better. It's actually like a much more active with its story as well. There's a lot more of it at a time. It just takes huges between it. Which is the biggest issue. I never skip through cutscenes. It's what killed both Star Rail and Genshin for you. They're the different reasons. Genshin boring. Star Rail I couldn't find enough time to go through a chapter. Honestly, that is the problem I had with it as well, and it got real bad with Emphoria's, because, like, now each update for story comes out, the story is, like, sometimes 6 to 11 hours long. Like, you have to do it over multiple days, you just can't do it in one day now. Like, I remember when updates would come out, especially for, like, Penacony, it would come out and I would do it that evening. Like, I would spend like 4 hours at most, maybe. Always had to stop in the middle, sometimes during cutscenes. Yeah, no, and that's fair. It's finding the right time for it. It's a really good game, though. I fucking love it. But no, to the question earlier about the game I was developing, I'll show quickly the current dev cycle of what we've got in front of us that I'm rewriting the game for. But yeah, like, it's really fun. I really love the story. It's really, really deep, and it's having a lot of characters I really love. I mean, Cypher has been, like, one of my favorite characters in a long time as well. The newest one. Because, okay, I'm going to put up a kind of a warning here softly. What I'm going to talk about is the current story. Stuff that's already out. If you don't know about that or don't want to know about it, probably now is the time to despair. Cypher is one of the Emphoria's gods that, or like one of the characters that have ascended to godhood, and is the one for trickery. Her power is to make if enough people believe something, she can make a lie true. That's the idea, right? What it turns out is that the world had ended like 600 years ago, but she gaslit the entire world into believing it hadn't ended yet. She literally lied to the entire population as someone else, tried to pretend to be someone else, and that guy as that person made it sound like, oh no, the thing that's going to protect us will last forever. And even though we were told it would only last for like 400 years or 300 years or something, and it had been 1,000 years since that day, is where the current events are occurring. So we found out when she died, the world turned immediately into being like complete cataclysmic. And they're like, what the fuck's going on? And it's so good. And I love that because that's why she had to run away from everyone, because she couldn't let anyone that knew her figure it out, because the moment someone finds out it's a lie, it's no longer true. And how can I not fucking love that? That's so good. And she's also like a phenomenal character. Okay, no, we're taking a moment again. Wait, let me go find it. Her trailer, she is the character I've gone most feral for, personally. Oops. Of all the characters, like, trust me when I say, like, this is beating Fei Xiao and me going feral for this character, which was a hard bar to hit. This is her trailer. Yeah, this is her character trailer. I fucking love this character.
The active criminal has been arrested. She'll be charged with breaking and entering.
No, I'm pausing because a lot of these light details are gorgeous.
Active criminal has been arrested. She'll be charged with breaking and entering, theft, and property damage. Take her away.
What you looking at? Anybody home? Hey!
Oh, she can also move at, like, super insane speeds. Is Mommy Herder? Oh, you mean the Herder? Yeah, the Herder. Yeah. That's not too long ago. But yeah, no, so her ability with the speed thing, like, softy explanation of that, which I fucking love this. She has, like, a coin, she'll flip it. While it's in the air, she can travel basically anywhere instantaneously. But she runs to that location. It nearly freezes time for it. The problem is there's weaknesses to how that works, which is kind of how she may or may not die. Moving on from that. But that's why, like, her ultimate is literally, she dashes around, you'll see it in a moment, she'll dash in front, grab some coins at the end, at super things, but she yells in the middle of it, it's, oh, what is it? With enough believers, lies become reality. Which is the point of it.
Thank you.
But that coin is on her, neck. Oh yeah, she also can steal shit from dudes around the place.
Is this?
Stay where you are.
That's right.
Run! Excuse me! Pardon me? I need a bigger bag next time.
Too bad, Cypher.
can we talk about, the best part is, normally there's like a specialty, kind of, logo for a character. Like this, right? She is the first one to interact with this by, how does she interact? Bitch steals her own fucking thing.
I need a bigger bag next time.
I fucking love that. But yeah, no, this is also, I think, the voice actress's, like, for the English VA's, like, first, voice acting role. She's, I from Oshino Coal Mine said, if you continue lying, the lies will turn into truths, so keep that, singing I love you until it becomes real. Pretty much. But no, I love this about her. She's just such a good character. Like, everything about her is really fun. And look, you can make the argument, oh wow, a cat thief, super original. Doesn't need to be original if it's well done. Right? Like, I think, is this the cutscene? Or part of it? That I was talking about?
You just don't know when to quit, do you?
Can't escape. It is fate.
She seems so fun, yeah.
Fate? I always thought.
Mechanically speaking, she's insanely good as well, because she literally just passively means everything takes 40% more damage. I'm not kidding with that, by the way. She just makes that a passive effect. She is currently the one for pulling until Finon comes out. She's a follow-up attacker as well. She's real fun. I was very happy with her, because it goes into my facial team, so I get even more characters I like in there. Robin,
Not only privileged
Aventurine,
city
her,
dwellers like to
Vishal.
toss that word around. As if they couldn't get by without using it as an excuse.
Psych.
But yeah, her voice acting is
Competition.
amazing.
As a fellow heir to the divine authority of calamity, I've been a demigod for 1,000 years longer than the little lion. Now, let me see if you're worth your title, Flame Reaver.
So I think this is them actually fighting. Oh yeah,
You were
the fight
out,
scene's so
bud.
funny.
Only a mindless fool would fall for the same trick 3 times in a row. Victory is mine, fiend. You shall walk with greed and die over petty change.
So, this is her dying moments. There's a lot to this, and it's really fucking depressing. Because it's her lying to herself that Aglaia heard her say, and I'm sorry. But, this is what happens when she dies.
If there were a lie so brilliant that it could fool everyone, wouldn't it simply become the truth?
Lies will always be lies, Cyphera. But sometimes, they can be more noble than the truth.
Yeah, so the world just ends. That is why I loved her character. So much about her. But yeah, no, she is an incredibly potent character. She has a really cool follow-up system and everything. I like her. Mechanically and, like, just everything about her is cool. I mean, if you want to talk about balance, realize that the chick you're saying is, like, Barbara, but not. She's a healer. She does, like, some of the most damage in the game right now. And that's because of Fat Fuck, which is her pet. And no, the pet's not actually named Fat Fuck, that's just the community name for it because the dude is so big. And he creates a bug in the UI where he takes up as much room as a player model. So in, like, when you're, like, giving buffs to characters, characters get pushed off screen because he's there. But yeah, no, he absolutely nukes the game at the moment as a healer. Well, she does, but with fat fuck. I love it. I didn't pull for her though, because I didn't really have a team that benefits from it. Castress was one I pulled for, where she summons a dragon that breathes fire and then turns into a nuclear bomb. And that's not a joke, that's literally how it works. It breathes fire, if it runs out of health, it'll fly up over the top of the enemies and explode. Absolutely love it. Okay, so I don't think there's really anything else to do here. Yeah. I need to get this working, actually. We need to get the pickup thing working. So why would this not be working? I vaguely heard something about nukes, but wasn't sure if it was Star Rail or some new gacha. No, it's Star Rail. Castress is a character that summons a dragon, breathes fire, and turns into a bomb. That's all you need to know about her mechanics. Really. Like, you've also got Tribby, which is cool. I like Tribby. Tribby just, whenever you cast ultimate, she does follow-up attacks, which is really good in a lot of teams. But no, like, Phynon is a really hard one for me, because I kind of want to pull for him. But, because we have the Fate Stay Night collab coming up the next month as well. We get a free Archer, and yes, it's Archer, from Stay Night. You get a free one of him, then you can pull for him and Saber. And I'm gonna probably, what I'm gonna try and do is I'm gonna try and pull for Saber, get a Saber, get a, her light cone. Because if you do 200 or more pulls during the event, you get Archer's light cone for free. So I'll do that, and then based on how many is left, I might just dump them onto Phynon. Because I kind of do want to get a Phynon. He looks cool. He also makes certain characters that are really old much better, like Yukong. Because while he's in his state, he pauses all of the effects external to him, but gains them. So Yukong has her buff, or her skill, is that for the next like turn or two, characters get an attack buff. She loses that normally so quickly that it's normally just not effective. With this, it means that for all of his turns, he would have Yukong's attack buff, which is pretty good. I saw the memes of the old versus new Saber portrait, that's it. That's fair. I mean, they literally on the, like, announcement stuff for, like, the thing coming up, I believe it was Boot Hill said the actual line, people die when they are killed, which I'm like, you sons of bitches, like, you know what you're doing. You know what you were doing. How dare. But yeah, like, at this point in time, what we know of is, there's going to be a Holy Grail summoned in Penacony, and the Trailblazer is going to get Saber, Aventurine is going to get Archer, I think, and Boot Hill is going to get Lancer. The Archer class is made up of archers, exactly. Wow, the Archer class really is made up of archers. One of the things that is, like, a contentious topic a little bit with it is that there's not going to be any English VAs for Saber and Archer. those two are not getting English VAs because the VA for Archer, the English VA for Archer, said he is not doing Chinese games, and the voice actress for Saber is part of the union that is currently fighting against Hoyo, so she can't, even if she wanted to. And assumedly because it's being a collab with Type Moon, they couldn't cast anyone else other than the officials. So they're just gonna have the Japanese VAs for it. Which is gonna be really funny, because a lot of people pointed out, yes, that does mean you're gonna be playing English, but there's just gonna be Japanese VAs in the English. And I'm gonna be honest, that's still kind of cool, because it does mean that even in English, we're still gonna get Excalibur the same way. That's fair, I'm not really surprised by that. It's one of those things of, I can't blame. None of that, like, is outside of a reasonable actions. And it's just, like, as a player, I definitely would have preferred having English VAs while playing in English. But I understand. It's fine. I'm not gonna complain. I know enough Japanese that I probably still don't even need to read the subtitles. To be fair, I have to read the subtitles in Star Rail anyway because there's so much being said. And then there's also the subtext stuff that doesn't get said and is, like, hinted at. Oh, pardon me. Oh, no, this is wrong. That's why that's an issue. Oh, shit, how am I gonna do that? Actually. Type thing. Index. What if I make it so I search for type, Actually, this makes this really difficult. The amount of times I open the chat log in Star Rail is crazy. I'm pretty good for not having to open the chat log, but I will definitely, like, be slow about things. No, I absolutely love that game. The story for it's really, really good, and it's... The benefit I have is I don't play many games outside of stream anymore. So having a game I play before stream for 10, 20 minutes is pretty good. And then, like, the only exception for that is, like, I'll maybe dump a half an hour to do, like, the Memory of Chaos or whatever for the week. Right? Like, I do a little bit here and there. It's just good for, like, filling a bit of time. And doing a bit of farming like that. Because, yeah, I turn up in the morning, I do my daily grind to get rid of my, Trailblaze power. Set all of the fights on auto, get that done while I'm, like, going and making food and going to the bathroom and all that sort of stuff before stream, and then I'll be done. Like, later today, I'll probably do my, Simulator Universe grind, which is literally just do a half an hour, 40 minutes of that. Get all of the weekly points for that done, and not look back. I have this problem of playing too many games at once and suddenly getting that I have nothing to play. No, exactly right. Like, that's kind of why I'm glad I don't play much anymore. But I'm also like, it hurts because like I sit there and I get bored. Like I work on game, or I work on magic related stuff, or I work on like channel related stuff, and it's all I do. Or I'll watch just YouTube. Like that's pretty much my life. And while that sounds great, there's also like huge motivation issues with the game development side because of that. And it means I'm not getting in new ideas as well. One thing I'll always stress about game development that a lot of people misunderstand is that being a gamer is really, really important for game developing. Not because it means that you know what you're... Like, you're gonna ruin your perspective of games if you try and game development. But what's important about game development as a gamer is that you learn from other games. You sit there, play a game, and go, why did I enjoy this? Which is why you ruin your ability to play games. Why did I enjoy this? Why is this good to me? Why do I like Star Rail is something that I do often, right? And I like Star Rail because I don't need to be very hands-on with a lot of the events going on. And if I'm playing through the story, I can literally be programming while playing through the story. I just need to click over every once in a while, or I set it to automate. I very rarely set it to auto, I always click over. But it means that like I could literally just program on the second monitor. Or I could watch something, depending on what I'm doing. Or as I said, in the mornings I'm just letting it auto, I'm literally walking around and doing other things. I like it for that reason. Why do I like Warframe still? I mean, I play it intermittently, but I like grinding, I like how much I've progressed. It's also sunk cost fallacy. I have so many hours and so much resources in the game, it's kind of impossible for me not to want to keep playing it. But I don't play it very often. I'm playing it aggressively at the moment because there's an operation out, and I want my clan rewards. Because no one else plays in my clan, so someone's got to fucking get the clan to have the max rank. Even though I don't do game development, I sometimes get this feeling too. I play a game and suddenly, why the fuck am I playing this? Alright, this is fun, huh? It's that, and there's a little bit more to it, because when you're playing games after doing game development, you start seeing why things are done. And it starts ruining why those things are fun. Like, you start seeing things about UI, you start seeing things about this and that, and you're like, I know why this was done. And it starts getting annoying. Because you no longer can enjoy a game for it being a game, you see it as like a thing. And you see the parts of it. And it kind of breaks it down. Which makes it, again, why it's a double-edged blade getting into game development, because it's really cool and it's really awesome. I highly recommend it, but also it ruins gaming for you. You can still have fun with games, by the way, right? Like it really impacts the games you play, and all of a sudden certain games you loved you can't play anymore because you're like, I see so much in it. It also sucks because, like, I'll play something, and one of the big issues I get, while playing it is I can see why a decision is made. Someone asks, why was this done? And I'm like, do you actually want the answer to this or not? Because I can explain why, from a game development perspective, they did this action. Maybe it'll change when I try a game dev. It's weird. I can't describe it very well, admittedly, I feel. Like I'll always do a disservice to the explanation. But it is, something. So I need... Oh god, this is a lot of shit that I'm about to do. So I need... yeah, it's caster has the value. For now. This might need to change though. Okay. Caster dot down core. Is that where it ends? Yes. Let's go element dot in type equals I get what you mean. You don't have to think about it to explain it. It's a weird one. And it's something that like a lot of people have before getting into game development as well. I'll not dispute that in the slightest. It just becomes more and more prevalent with game development. And it just becomes harder and harder to just switch your noggin off and play a game. I think that's the thing that bugs me about it. Array push this dot args. Is it just args and the cooldown? Yes, it is just called args. Args 0. This is a really weird thing here that I'm doing. As long as you still enjoy gaming in a way, then you should be good. Yeah, no, 100%. It's also why, like, when I was doing a degree with software engineering where a lot of it was around game development, I stopped playing games during that quite often. Because, like, why would I want to play a game? I'm making stuff, I've got so much work to do. And that actually hurts your degree, like it hurts the work you're doing, because you're no longer playing games, so you become disenfranchised with gaming, which is what you're working on. And I'm someone that's design focused, like I like working on design stuff the most. So it hurts more to me when I don't have it. I mean, one of the games that we did, like, I still take a big pride in the card game or the tabletop game we did, is that there was one of the most loved, like, class in it, because there was classes and each class had a deck of cards and you'd play them and stuff like that. It was very, like, every individual had their own, like, Slay the Spire deck, basically. I absolutely loved the fact that the most, like, constantly liked one okay, cool. The constantly liked one was the one I made single-handedly. That's why, like, I still want to do a card game. I just don't have the time and patience to do the rest of the development work other than, like, design. Which, especially while I'm working on this. Because I was trying to do it in Godot, and I've done a little bit of streaming work around that, but, like, outside of some of the basic stuff, not really. 227. Oh, it is still this one. Ah, it's here. This looks horrendous, by the way. But yeah, no, I still love, though, one of my, like, tales from that game development session stuff. So we had to make a board game sort of thing in, like, the space of about 4 weeks. Was it 4 weeks or 6 weeks? I think it was 4 weeks. And, like, I was head design and developer for it. Everyone else was mainly art, which was great. Script drop. Wait. With drop. I think it's this one? Yeah, with drop. Invalid reference. Okay, I gotta sort that out in a sec. It's like card-based games. I don't know why it came to be, but at some point a switch turned in my brain. It just became, ooh, that's not mentally challenging enough, or something along those lines. Interesting. I mean, they're really interesting because I always enjoy them because they're a puzzle game in my eyes. It's, you've got, like, depends on how you have it all, but like Hearthstone and all those sorts of games. I mean, again, I play a lot of Magic. It's the deck building is the puzzle, but also like, what cards do you have in your hand? What cards have you drawn? What can you do with those? What are the other people doing? And it becomes like this kind of puzzle game for me, figuring out like responses and going through those. I understand that that's not the case for everyone, but I find that really fascinating. Yeah, that's my immediate thought on that one. But I also can't blame you in the slightest for that perspective, because I have that with platformer games, like 2D platformers. Like, if you're a 2D side-scrolling game, regardless of what your mechanics are, you inherently put me off. I've never liked them. Even since I was young, I remember playing a Buffy the Vampire Slayer one, if anyone remembers that one. I think we talked about it at one point before. But like, I played a Buffy the Vampire Slayer one, and I fucking hated it, but I finished it because it was Buffy the Vampire Slayer. But I've never enjoyed them. Not as much as I've enjoyed, like, again, the two games that are integral to my playing of games was Final Fantasy 1 and Pokemon Blue. Then after that was Warcraft games. Like, I've always liked strategic, slower games that require me to take actions, not to be active. Like, there was a section of time where I played a shitload of Xbox and Halo. I will not dispute that. And, like, stuff like that. I find it interesting what you said about card-based games, but for some reason I can't see the difficulty, the challenge, and that's what turns you off. That's fair. No, again, like, 100% I get that. Like, it's down to very much a perspective that I don't think is easy to, like, come up with an answer to, personally. Like, I don't think I can ever, like, give you a good solid thought process for that. Buffy the Vampire Slayer mentioned? Hell yeah. Dude, I remember downloading that off dial-up. What do you mean? No, I guess it's the very overly analytical and methodical part of my brain that loves puzzles and sees it as that. And that's one of those things where it's like, because I see it that way, I'm fine. It's probably not how a lot of people see those sorts of games. I guess it's also an argument of I don't care about difficulty, I just care about the rewarding nature of, like, solving a puzzle, or, like, doing my best for a puzzle. I'm very strategy game coded, after all. Don't think about it too much. No, you're fine. Invalid with reference. So, what if we go here, and then, see what that actually responds with. Speaking of puzzle games, those are the only games I really play. On top of my head, finished Baba's You, and recently started Lingo. See, ironically enough, as much as I just said that about puzzle games, I also don't play that many or enjoy that many anymore. Like, I think the last ones I played were, like, The Room. Yeah, The Room and Room 2 on phone. Because, like, in the nicest sense, a non-changing linear puzzle game to me becomes boring. Which is, again, like, now we've gotten into a very interesting, like, a debate point counteracting each other, right? Very chill, yeah. But it's like, once I resolve something, I've resolved it, right? So I know this is a reference instance. So I know this is actually a reference. Which that's what this should be taking in, is it's a reference to instance. The instance is given as handle, object handle exists in the room, or whether the given specific instance handle exists in the room. So we know it exists in the room, at least at the moment of attempting this code. Interesting. But yeah, no, it's again, that's why I say, like, puzzle games are nice, but, like, I like strategy games the most because of the puzzle-like nature of them, in a sense. There's a reason as well that, like, one of my favorites of all times for strategy game is Endless Legend. And when I used to play that with a group of friends, I'll always love explaining this bit because it's just, it sounds so egotistical, and I agree that it is. When playing with that group, the second best player in the group had to start making a custom build that meant that they could see my capital city at the beginning of the game and immediately put a spy into it and permanently sabotage my capital just to make the games even. Like, that's how much better I was at those games than a lot of the other people in that group. And, like, that translated over to StarCraft, that translated into all sorts of things. I played that shit, like, competitively. I loved those games. I don't play them very often because, like, I had enough of playing against, like, the top-end AI because it's that top-end AI just cheats. Normally for stats. Like, that's what happens in Civ games, is that they just get statistical improvements to counteract the fact that they're AI. So I'm just at a disadvantage that's unfair. And I had enough of having to just cheese strat the fuck out of them and win that way, because it's no longer fun. And no one wants to play with me because I'm so much better than a lot of other people that it's not fun because you get completely crushed and don't have a chance. Because, like, they'll try and play the game and it's like, cool, I've already got a win con going, and it's like, oh, we have to fight you now. It's like, cool, I just wiped your entire civilization off the planet. And it's like, it's just not... When someone wins so hard, it becomes hard to enjoy. I think that's probably just, like, the most accurate part to it. This is so weird. With should work here. Invalid with reference. Is the... What does it mean by that, though? Does that mean, like, the reference is invalid, or it's not able to handle the reference there? Because with should address, object instance or object asset. Yeah, it should be object instance should handle. Having to actively handicap for others to have a chance is such a power move. But yeah, it's fair. No one wants to play if that's just 100% gonna lose and be crushing to nothing. Yeah. I mean, one of my friends got me to play, was it Endless Space 2 for a little bit as well, and he's like, oh, I've been playing this for like hundreds of hours, I really enjoy it. I play with him once, he has DLC, I don't, and I still just like go, cool, here's a nuclear bomb coming towards your main, nation. Do you have a way of stopping that? And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, no, this is a planet cracker. And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah. I don't even have, like, defenses that could even handle that shit. What do you mean? I'm like, yeah. This is my first time playing. I just read the abilities. I read all the things. Sure, I did things extremely unoptimally, but I got there. And needless to say, yeah, he was just like, I don't want to play now. Like, I lose. And I'm like, cool, I feel bad, thanks. To be fair, this is also the same friend that got me into Magic, and he doesn't want to play Magic with me because he's scared. Because he played a couple of really annoying decks early on, and when I say annoying decks, I mean like they're fairly objectively annoying. Nobody really wants to play against those decks. And the fact is, I've now made decks that could probably match, if not do better. And it's just, it feels bad every time, because it's just one of those things that that's how he plays a lot of his games. Is he builds things up real quickly, and he gets like this, he's like, ha, I've got this advantage over you, and it's like, cool, now I've got the same level, and I beat the shit out of you. And then he gets slightly salty about it, and it's just like, dude, really? So I got this big red button with the word nuke. You what? I mean, I think when I played Civ last with friends, I literally got to the point where, like, I had modern infantry versus knights, I think. And it was that moment where that, like, the person that was playing against me was like, oh, no, you weren't kidding when you said you were good at this. I'm like, yeah. No, this is what I do in my free time. Yeah, I'm so confused at why this reference isn't working. I've got to have mismanaged something here, right? What if I do that? Not knowing how Civ games work, etc. That sounds so fun. Though I can see why everyone just goes, nah, bro. I've never played Civ game or anything similar. They're good games. 4X games are really fun to me. Because they are just like, figure out your stats, figure out what your kind of grouping does, figure out the advantages they offer and lean into them effectively, and also your favorite game patterns. I know I like playing very economic play styles. There's a reason why in Endless Legend my favorite faction was the Broken Lords, which they literally don't have passive health regen for their units. You have to spend money every time you want to heal them. But they have like really strong units. So all you need to do is get an initiative bonus on them, and you normally go into fights without having to heal much afterwards. And you build up a massive economy because you don't have to spend so much time on military things. And then you get to the late game and you just buy your militaries in full, dump them onto the field, and just roll people over that are trying to fight you. And it also means you don't have to worry about food because your population doesn't grow with food. You buy each individual population with money. But yeah, no, Endless Legend is really good. Endless Legend 2 is coming out later this year? I think. Which is probably one of my most anticipated games, like, just full stop. Let's see, release date. Yep, end of this year. When this comes out, I'm gonna be playing the fuck out of it. I'll see if I can convince people to play with me. Because I absolutely love this game. So good. Hopefully by then I'll have... No, I won't have my PC upgrade by then. Because what? PC upgrade... Getting us stuff to do for that. Then I'm gonna have to pay off till... Not next month, but the month after. So August. So yeah, I'm inherently not gonna be able to. Pain. I would love to have the PC upgrade so I could actually play that for stream. I doubt I'll be able to play it for stream though, just because of how laggy the first one could get. Okay, what if I show debug message? Show me what the list is. If I can get this finished before the end of today. Before I have to go have lunch. No, that looks like it's doing what it's supposed to. It's just the width is not taking these IDs in. Right? I'm very confused as why the width is not working here. Width drop. So this is where it's crashing out. Okay. This is curious. Run it with debug this time so I can see breakpoint. Which hopefully breakpoint occurs before crash. So I can actually read the current variable in position. Because again, if it's the reference isn't referencing correctly, I would be fine with that. Be confusing, admittedly, but you know. If I'm not transferring it over correctly, then that's fine. I can figure out why. Alright, cool. An array is getting passed through. Wait, why is an array getting passed through? What? Okay, yeah, that's on me, but why? Wait, what? Oh, I'm a fucking moron. I love programming. You forget the most basic shit and you're like, cool, I am the dumbest person alive. To explain what I had done wrong and how dumb I was, basically I was passing through, so here's the list of IDs. As you can see here, I'm going like, okay, here's the list of IDs, here's the, go through the entire list, see if that list, that object at the list position is there and all that. And then I was passing through this, which is the list. Not the ID in that list. The individual one. So I was trying to pass through an array where I'm supposed to be passing through a variable. Or passing through a reference. that's inside of the array. So this will solve the problem. Welcome to programming. Normally, even at the highest level of things, it's the most basic problems that catch you up. I swear to God. I hate how often that happens. Okay, does this solve this problem? The feathers fire out. The feathers come back. Wow, all of a sudden my thing works. Who would have guessed? Ah! Alright. I hate myself for that one. Yeah. I wonder if that fixes that as well. Yeah, no, basic code problems require basic code resolutions. Oh, that's actually frustrating, how long I've spent trying to fix that. To be fair, this has been, like, a lot of other problems going on with this as well, so just kind of an accumulated problem. A lot of weirdness going on with what I'm requesting it to do. Now what is the pickup speed called? I think it's literally just pickup speed, isn't it? Yeah, pickup speed. So we go to the weapon and we transfer over. So before we do this, var speed equals speed hold. Why am I bothering with that? Yeah, sure. And then with here, pickup speed equals speed. This will mean the feathers fly at me faster. Through primary to high. Yeah, no, it's like, I have consistent things I know I get wrong, and the worst part is I get them wrong because I forget them. And you might make an argument, shouldn't you get better at remembering them then? I forget them. If I was better at remembering them, I wouldn't have the issue to begin with. It's double checking like some of those variable inputs. Sometimes just something I'm horrendously bad at. It makes it like really aggravating as the most basic stuff. I don't judge, yeah. Like, it's also one of those things that, yeah, like, no matter how you might think you are with programming, there's a reason why I'm like, these also just happen all the time to people. Like, it's just a universal thing. Yeah. If I speed these up even more, does this look better? Or not? Because it's already got a weakness that I'm only doing the check every half second. So it's very easy for it to miss. So I need a fire. Move to the side, because I need to move at an angle that's kind of hard for them to track. Kind of okay. It'll do for now. No, it's not every half second, it's every quarter second, isn't it? Yeah, every quarter second. Maybe the movement needs to be a little faster than that. Try that. See how that looks. And I want to do it every frame. I just want to do it frequently enough that, like, it's not gonna lag, but it's not gonna cause long-term issues. I just want it to look smooth. That's good enough. I can probably increase this, though. Every half second, it'll check for pickups. To reduce the lag potential. So, to explain what I'm doing here, and why I'm talking about, like, very small segments of time, you want to do things as least often as possible. To try and reduce the amount of lag. Keep in mind, this is a 60 FPS game currently. So, half a second is still a lot of time in terms of the behind the scenes. But like having it as a half second thing, like I can walk up and fairly consistently I'll pick these up without it looking weird. And that's why I was reducing the amount of time for... That's... okay. I might just actually make this, a frame-by-frame thing. Because that's just, and no matter how I do it, it's not looking great. So let's do it every frame. Get it? I do know a little bit about frames. Yeah, I mean, you play a game, you probably know about frames, but like what's going on with this is I'm trying to find a way to, yeah, not load as much as possible onto each frame to reduce the overall, like to improve in performance, but some of these things do require a lot of work. And because of the way drops are, regardless of how like much effort I put in, even I think if I do this, I'm still gonna get like some weirdness. For the most part, it's a lot smoother though. But it's why, like, with pickups, we do it every half second instead, and with cooldowns, technically cooldown reduction is done per frame, with a calculated effort to accommodate for lag. The travel distance there isn't. I could probably do something about that. Isn't it something like game ticks? Well, I mean, that's what a frame is, in a sense. Is every frame is a set of actions being done. You can make a separate tick timer as a different clock to run things. This is what you do, in a sense, kind of like what I've done with the cooldowns, where it is now designed to have the ticks occur at a set amount of time, and you check the time between last frame. Because each frame, so at 60 FPS, it's 0.01 something, yada yada yada. I mean, the calculation's very easy. Because I think it's... I have it somewhere in the thing, so I can double check myself on this. Once this actually lets the calculator be selectable. Don't Google search it. Use the app, please. Fucking... This is what I hate about Microsoft sometimes. I don't want a Google calculator, I want to use the app. I especially don't want to fucking use Edge. There we go. So it should just be 1 divided by 60. There you go. That's how many seconds in between a frame for 60 FPS. Was that the Batman slapping Robin meme? Oh, so this was made by someone in the community. It was Devil that was here earlier, as a joke, and I thought it was so funny that I made it my background. Because I work on the game, and often, for a long time especially, I would start every developer stream with, like, I did a whole bunch of stuff between streams. I'll show you in a moment. So I just found it so funny that I added it. But yeah, so that's your calculation. So this is how many seconds in between a frame. If it's 60 FPS. The thing is, that's technically inconsistent if you lag, obviously. So that's why what I'm doing with cooldowns is this here, which is I'm going through all of my cooldowns that are ticking down and reducing them by the delta time from the last frame. So it means that if you have a lag spike, the cooldown will be reduced by an equivalent amount according to the amount of time that would have been spent in that lag spike. And I try and handle as much as I can via that now, which is a huge improvement on performance, but also it means that if performance is poor, it doesn't worsen the experience for the player in some sense. I saw that number once when I tried to look up animation cancelling scripts for Stardew Valley. Yeah. You'll see here delta time, because delta time is that calculation, but it's delta time returns in milliseconds. So I do this to turn it up into seconds so we get this basically number. Fun fact, if I actually launch the game really quickly, you can see the active delta time up in the top left corner. Not the toppest number, it's the bottom of the list. Of the numbers there, it's the one that's listed at the bottom of the list of numbers in-game. And you'll see it flickering as, it looks like it's 02, but it's not quite. It's also, I think, rounding it, which is probably why. But yeah, there you go. Of those 4 numbers, this one's the actual FPS, this is the game's current run FPS, this is my set FPS, and this is my frames per like this is the time between last frame. And that's always fun. I do have, is it this, which button again is it? L. So L's a fun button here. I'll definitely see that, and okay, don't bother, mobile. Ah, that's fair. No, I understand that. But like at the moment, the thing's not moving. If I press P, you'll see that the character moves. This is one of the things that I worked on quite a bit, and I'm going to be introducing a lot. This pauses the game. Now, obviously not everything's paused on screen, but this ad runs it, and as you can see, she moves very slowly initially. But the animation speeds up. So I actually do have a global modifier for a slowdown and speed up of the game. Which is fun. I like that one. But there's a lot of random debug stuff. I mean, this is an entire debug environment that I'm working with at the moment. Because if I run to making the lobby and the gameplay loop and everything like that, currently, it's not going to be a wise idea because, it means I'm just loading too much at once to not, like, be able to test things effectively and make things more efficient. That's good, you can see what happens in what order. Yeah. But no, I can stop and slow time, which will be good, because the idea is that when you level up, because it's a team level up, it will pause the game for the level up, and then it will mean that you get slow down time coming out of the pause. Yeah, like slow-mo, yeah. So I just need to go through and fix a couple of numbers here and there with variables with that, just making sure that they're multiplied by that time as well. Because it will affect speed and animation, is basically the main thing. That's all I really needed to actually affect, because like cooldown reduction, I don't care, cooldowns can go at normal speed at all times. I could make a thing in here to make it get modified by that, but like, there's a little bit of danger with implementing a system like that that could just lead to both lag and breaks. And I would just prefer I would prefer to avoid it when it's not necessary. The world moving a little slow and then speeding up, and your cooldowns running at normal time, I see no problem with that. But I think, with the fact that now we've got that weapon more or less working, and there's not much else, I'm low-key surprised I managed to hold up an understandable conversation, considering how late it is and how I'm overall usually incoherent. Welcome to how I live my life. I try and do my best to sound like I know what I'm talking about as well. That's the other thing that I have going for me. I have a degree in education. I was supposed to be a teacher, so I'm good at bullshitting my way around a topic. If I must. But no, I think I'm going to call it here for today, because it is lunchtime now, and I do need to get some other stuff done before the end of the day. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye!